Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed on AACPS YouTube channel. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.01, Invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all education policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 2.03, approval of the minutes. I have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Do I have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. A motion, do I have a motion?
Move to establish agenda as printed. Second.
And I have consensus? Thank you. Recognitions, I believe we do not have any recognitions this evening. So, item 2.06, Candace C. Twine Antwine Military Service Award. Ms. Schallheim.
Thank you, President Tobin. It is a true honor to provide more details tonight about a project that is close to all of our hearts, honoring our dear friend and former colleague, Candace C.W. Antwine. I want to take a minute and recognize a special person in our audience tonight. Candace's son, Joey, is here. Delighted you are here. In the wake of Ms. Antwine's untimely passing in July 2021, this board quickly looked for a way to continue her legacy of service to our nation and community, and her caring for military dependents and the needy students in our schools. We announced in August our intent to create an avenue to help students in their endeavors once they leave our school system. To that end, and with the consensus of the board, I am thrilled to announce the creation of the Candace C.W. Antwine Military Service Award. This award will be given each May to AACPS students who have made the commitment by enlisting to serve in the U.S. military upon graduation. It aims to remove financial barriers to enlisting by including a monetary award that can be used to help with the costs that occur over the course of basic training. This is the only award of its kind in the region, and we are so honored to be able to do this in Candace's memory. Applications for this year's award are available at www.aacps.org/service award. On that page, you can also find information about the inaugural benefit dinner for the Candace C.W. Antwine Military Service Award we are having on April 29th to raise funds for the award both this year and for future years. Through this award, we are carrying on Candace's work, so I hope everyone who knows someone planning to enlist will get them to apply right away. Thank you to my colleagues, to the wonderful staff who've helped get this award off the ground. Y'all know who you are. I'm forever grateful. To Candace's family, and most of all to Candace for leading by example and continuing to do so. With that, I'd like to invite Joey to say a few words and then join Dr. Tobin, Dr. Alato, and myself in the well for a quick photo. Joey?
Hello, can I be
Hello.
heard?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'd just like to thank everybody for creating this service award for my mother and my mother's service. I'm sure she'd be happy to see everybody here and celebrating her and her life and her work. And I hope that this service award is going to be here for years to come, and that it benefits a lot of future soldiers and future people in the military. Thank you.
Could everybody in the back, just on the story, if you can get up right on Dr. Alato's shoulder. There you go. Just make sure I can see everyone. In the cells, just to, yes, perfect. Great. All right, everybody, take a few of these. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm good. How are you?
Best to you, man.
Yes, sir.
Oh. See you in April.
Yes, ma'am.
Good to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here.
Good luck. Have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to take a brief 10-minute break, thereabouts. So we'll have to step out, I think, for us, and we will be back shortly. Thank you.
Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter which deserves our attention at this time.
Second.
Do we have consensus? Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. We are moving to item 3.01, President's Report. I just want to briefly alert the public to the announcement was made last week about the updates that are currently available with regard to the superintendent search process that's going on. Information was sent out last week, but just as a reminder to the public, you can go to aacps.org/superintendent search, one word. All the updates are there, and you can follow what's going on. We currently have a request for proposal out seeking a search firm to work with us as a consultant in this process, and those proposals will be due by February 17th and will be reviewed accordingly. And we have a committee that has been formed to oversee this process. So chaired by Ms. Frank. So that's just an update on that. Thank you very much. That's my report. Item 3.02, the Equity Committee report. Ms. Omasori.
Thank you, President Tobin. So this is going to be a bit of a short report. So in terms of the Equity Committee, most of what we discussed was an overview of the NSBA Equity Symposium Conference, which I, along with multiple members of this board, were able to attend. It was a great experience, and I was able to actually go with a fellow student member from Virginia, and we were able to basically go on the town and listen to some very great presentations about equity from across the country. Later in the meeting, we discussed our military student panel. We decided on the date April 5th for when it would take place. And we are entertaining both in-person and virtual options just because we do not know what COVID will look like at the time. I am hoping that it will be in person. And if it is, it will be held at preferably Arundel High School. Not just because that's where I go to high school, because that seems to be an epicenter for not only military students, it's off base, and it's close to a lot of different areas in the county. And so that is all that I have for now. In our upcoming meetings, we're going to be discussing more about our selection process for panelists, as well as different questions and topics that we will be talking about throughout our panel. So that's all that I have to report right now for the Equity Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Omasori. Item 3.03, the Budget Committee report. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, the Budget Committee met yesterday at noon, and we just did a final run through of the amendments and the process that'll be occurring later tonight. And more to come later this evening. Stay tuned. Budget amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Item 3.04, a report from CRASC.
Okay, can you hear me? Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Fletcher Port. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a senior at Severna Park High School, and I have the privilege of serving as the CRASC Secretary of Education for the 2021 to 2022 school year. February 1st marked the start of Black History Month. While this is not the only time to recognize the excellence and achievement of the Black community, it certainly is a time with a spotlight on it. CRASC wants to take this time to say Happy Black History Month and highlight that education in all the diverse parts of history is crucial to a successful learning environment. On January 27th, the district-wide Gender Sexuality Alliance held their second meeting. Special guests included Mr. Ryan Vogelin, Director of Student Services, and Dr. Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. They provided background on the safe and inclusive environments for LGBTQ+ students policy and answered questions from students. At the first meeting in October, students suggested names for the newly formed group. A ballot was developed and shared with the group, and we are excited to announce the official name is now AACPS Pride Alliance. On February 10th, CRASC hosted our second General Assembly of the year, Advocacy 101. Our team creatively executed an in-school virtual field trip The event accumulated close to 80 student leaders who interacted and participated in 3 workshops on topics such as how to advocate using the hook, line, and sinker method, Robert's Rules Basics, and 2022 youth-related Maryland General Assembly bills. Also on February 10th, Let's Talk Justice hosted a general meeting on the topic of environmental racism. Currently, the planning team is preparing to launch a community book study in collaboration with Kindness Grows Here and South County is Kind. Be on the lookout for more information. On Saturday, February 12th, the Maryland Association of Student Councils held its annual legislative session, the second major conference of the year. Following the MASC theme of the year, Operation Leadership, Agents of Change, students investigated areas of leadership, took stances on youth-related bills in the Maryland General Assembly, and participated in electing the final 2 candidates for the student member of the board, or for the state student member of the Board of Education. Congratulations to the elected SMOB finalists, Allison Schultz from Allegheny County and Maren Thompson from Wicomico County. Their names will be sent to the governor and one will be selected for appointment. CRASC is excited to announce our AACPS Student Member of the Board Information Night, scheduled for February 23rd at 6 p.m. The meeting will be virtual with the link in the CRASC Brightspace and posted on the CRASC website. Any students who are interested in the role should come to learn more. The important dates in the process can also be found at www.aacps.org/CRASC. The CRASC Service Department has created a middle school service website that will act as a portal to introduce and link middle school students to real-time service initiatives and organizations. Currently, this website is being reviewed, and under its approval, it will be added to the list of middle school approved web resources. After months of Constitution Revisions Committee meeting hosted by CRASC parliamentarian Brenton Mead, the CRASC Constitution and bylaw revisions were presented and received approval by the Executive Board. These documents, a school-based voting guide, and electronic ballot, have been sent to SGA advisors, and delegates have until March 16th to cast their ballot. Anne Arundel County Board of Elections and AACPS will be hosting high school registration drives from March 7th through March 25th. Students, be on the lookout for posters with your school's voter drive date. There are also opportunities for you to serve your community and assist with the registration for your school, provided you are 18 by March 1st. More voting information can be found at www.aacps.org/voter drive. Many students and families expressed questions and concerns on the change of school start times starting in the coming school year. CRASC wants to encourage all families to participate in the soon-to-occur district information sessions with their corresponding board member to learn more information about this transition. Additionally, CRASC supports AACPS prioritizing the funding of student transportation such that equity in transportation availability exists in AACPS during the 2022 to 2023 school year. For a schedule of CRASC and Let's Talk Justice events, please visit their respective web pages. Thank you for allowing me to give you an update about what's been happening in CRASC.
Thank you. Item 3.05, the CAC report.
Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, and fellow board members, and Dr. Alato. For the record, my name is Tanisha Howard, the Chair of the Citizen Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the CAC. On behalf of the CAC body, I am pleased to have this opportunity to share with the board our recent activities. For the public, the CAC conducts our meetings virtually on the second Monday of each month from 6:45 to 8:45. Our meeting schedule is currently posted on our AACPS CAC webpage, which is located underneath the board tab on the AACPS website. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is March 14th. We held our last regular meeting virtually this past Monday, February 14th. Yes, Valentine's Day. The Perspectives and Impact Focus Series is a new CAC initiative, this year celebrating the legacy of the late Honorable Candace C.W. Antwine, to embrace, embody, and celebrate all of AACPS diversity in a more cohesive and empathetic community. The All Means All driving value this month featured Chris Martin, Meade Secondary Representative, and sharing his life experience, being a military child into living admittedly very sheltered, where his world was shaped by those in the community in which he lived, the institutional systems in place in which he grew up. His experiences never allowed him an opportunity to understand there were different views and lived experiences. His reaction, for example, to the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was happiness and gladness because his circle communicated Dr. King was against the Vietnam War, was dangerous, and was a communist. We can appreciate the Vietnam War, was unimaginable as his dad was serving at the time in the war, shaping his thoughts and perspectives to be, he's against my dad. His evolution from early teenager to his early adulthood, and now from being glad Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated to an about turn, shaped his approach and engagement. Remembering how he responded in ignorance as a 12-year-old boy is a constant reminder for him in constantly choosing a choice to see the best in others. Through his lens, that person represents a 12-year-old boy speaking or acting out of their ignorance. He uses what he calls the 101% principle, which is to find 1% of what someone says that has truth and value and spend 100% of his time focusing on it. The 1% to foster further engagement, to build a path towards reconciliation, as opposed to a wall of separation. The CAC recognizes the importance of listening, learning, being able to open oneself to more perspectives, finding common threads from which we can build within our communities for growth, awareness, and further engagement. It was informative and provided perspectives from which members can broaden their outreach and relationships for impact. Our student attire and personal appearance, hate and bias, and ready to read, early literacy subcommittees, and wellness lens subcommittees continue to take their necessary work. We would like to thank the board again for your continued support. We look forward to the work ahead, knowing that our group is poised for success with its talented, passionate, and dedicated members to deliver the assistance required by the board to meet your goals and address all the challenges at hand and into the future. Your commitment only strengthens the CAC overall, and we continue to welcome your feedback and look forward to the rest of the year being purposely driven with direction and giving results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. All right. Item 3.06, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Let me go through some of our operations updates as I have each and every meeting. Currently, we have 133 active student cases. 2 weeks ago, that number was 334. We have currently 29 active staff cases. This time 2 weeks ago, we had 38. The case rate in Anne Arundel County is 13.5. 2 weeks ago, it was 35.8. These continued decreases are certainly good news. As you know, we've had outbreaks in schools over the course of several weeks. And we temporarily paused in-person instruction at 8 schools as a result of declared COVID outbreaks. As you're aware, students and staff operated in the virtual environment during that 5-day period. We have not had a closure for the past 26 days. We continue to monitor the data daily with our partners at the Department of Health. As you're aware, we implemented a COVID testing program for those winter season student athletes that are not vaccinated or chose not to share their vaccination status. This program was very successful as we have been able to identify asymptomatic, positive student athletes and coaches and have them isolate, thus protecting the other team members and their respective sports seasons. With the beginning of the spring sports just around the corner, all of which are outdoor sports, and the case rates in the county dropping significantly, we will not institute the testing program this spring for spring student athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, let me continue, please. We have been able to access and take delivery on several 100,000 KN95 and N95 masks through the state and federal governments. Those masks are being made available to all employees of AACPS as well as all students in grades 6 through 12. Those masks are being delivered to the school and office sites and will be distributed accordingly. Regarding transportation, the community college has established a series of monthly CDL learner's license training classes available to anyone interested in seeking a CDL. The tuition and adjunct faculty costs are being almost entirely underwritten by the Anne Arundel County Workforce Development Committee. The regional and national CDL driver shortage is adversely impacting all industries, including the school bus driving industry, and the overall economic development of the county at large. This is part of a larger effort by the AAWDC to increase the pool of CDL drivers that would support the local trucking, construction, heavy equipment operator, and school bus transportation. Online enrollment through AACC is now open and class slots are actively being filled. There are 2 information sessions planned, one for February 17th and another for February 22nd. Registration can be found at tinurl.com/CDL 2022. You can also find information on the Workforce Development website and the Community College website. At the request of the board, the Transportation Division has been working with the independent bus contractors to begin to implement some shifts of driver assignments towards routes that have been persistently underserved during the first semester. That, coupled with the continued focus on hiring new drivers, will serve to cover more of the previous no service routes. In line with trends that we've seen across the adult population in general, there have been a continued lowering of COVID-related quarantined drivers, thus further lowering the number of impacted routes daily across the county. Thank you. Okay. Lastly, Madam President, members of the board. As everyone is aware, the State Board of Education instituted a masking requirement in schools across the state of Maryland early in the school year. Recently, that regulatory language was updated and approved and is in effect. I shared with you during the past 2 Board of Education meetings that the new regulations allow for the lifting of face covering requirements in schools using one of 3 off-ramps as these options have been described. We have confirmed with the Maryland Department of Health, with the assistance of Delegate Kipke, that Anne Arundel County is currently at 80.1% vaccination rate for those eligible for a vaccine. Therefore, I am recommending that the board consider making masks optional in our schools and school facilities. Please keep in mind that masking regulations on Fort Meade are not impacted by this regulation. nor is masking on school buses, as that remains a federal mandate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. I see lights. Ms. Schalheim.
I'm gonna wait.
Okay. Did you put your light on or off, Ms. Ellis? Okay. Ms. Corkadell.
So before we get to that meaty last part there, I did have a couple questions on on a couple of the other things. So thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto, for on the sports decision. I know that that is something you guys have been closely following, as have I, and I know that our athletes will be very excited to have that protocol lifted on them. I had a question as it related to transportation. Have we seen an increase? I saw there's going to be a couple more days promoting drivers and stuff that it's working with the county and stuff. There's a couple higher days and everything. Are we seeing an increase, or has it been kind of steady Eddie as it relates to people signing up for career opportunities?
So we've not seen a drastic increase, nothing significant, but it's been pretty steady, to use your term. We're getting through each of the driver ed classes, the licensing classes, and then the testing at MVA when those open up for drivers. We're seeing 6, 8, 10 drivers across all of our contractors in the county get through that testing. They don't all pass. There's roughly about a 50 to 60% pass rate, but we are steadily getting, 8 to 10 or so drivers through each of those classes.
Great. And for those families who are still experiencing long-term outages, they should still continue to work with their local schools for alternative accommodations if they're in a situation where they're going to lose their job or something like that. They're out of flex hours, so to speak. Could you just go over one more time those resources? Because I think we have some folks who may not have felt they were in that situation, but now are. Would benefit.
Yeah, the reason it would be like if a student were absent because they were not feeling well. In this case, you're talking about a student that's not able to get to school because of transportation. And so, yeah, they'll need to work with their local school, the counselor, their teachers, the principals. These are ongoing conversations we've been having that we can show some grace and patience for those students. There are roughly, Dr. Tobin and I were going over the numbers just the other day in our meeting. It was yesterday.
Right.
Oh, how time flies.
I know.
That I think we were at about 7 routes, 7 buses across the county, or in this proximity, with one particular bus company that that had consistently not been able to provide service, both AM and PM. And we've been able to address just about all of those except for one right now. We have one route that we are still struggling to get a PM driver. We have an AM driver. We don't have, that driver's not available in the PM, and we're working towards a solution towards that. So we are chipping away at some of those. Let me reiterate, and I appreciate the question for the public at large listening, what we continue to struggle with are the daily absences of drivers that would happen pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Drivers take time off. They have to take care of their families. They have doctor's appointments. They fall ill. And in any past year, we always have, and each of the bus companies is required to have drivers in the wings. They're required to have substitute drivers. And so those daily life absences of a driver never really impacted us much in the past. But because all the substitute drivers are out on the road, when you have a driver just absent because they're not feeling well, let alone at one point we had almost 30 drivers out because of COVID positive, there's nobody in the bullpen to take over. So that's where we were struggling. We still are short drivers. We need to get all of our drivers back, plus all the substitutes, so we don't have to have those deployed. But we're chipping away at it. This has been certainly one of the most difficult situations that any school system in the country's had to deal with, because there's no easy solution. The solution is certified drivers that want to drive buses. That's
Absolutely.
the solution, right? There's no easy solution to this. So we'll continue, going back to your original question, I thank you for that, is we'll continue to work with those students individually at their schools to accommodate them as best we can.
Thank you. And there's several things I know we're going to address at future agenda items tonight and in the future for it. But I think it's important. Although the numbers are going down, this is still really, really impactful to people, and it is causing a huge ripple. And so I just want to make sure that those folks know that we're still on top of this, and there is nothing off the table that we're not willing to do, that we're allowed to do, I should say, in regards to resolving this, not in just the short term, but the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
Thank you. I want to take just a moment of personal privilege to thank a few people, and then I will make a motion. I first want to thank Delegate Nick Kipke and Delegate Seth Howard for all of the many hours that they have put into trying to assist me with my research. And I want to thank you, Dr. Arlotto and Dr. Tobin, for the past 48 hours being available and doing the Lord's work to get to where we needed to be on verification. And I don't think that some of the folks in here realize how much time and effort and energy some of the minutia of the details of this take, but we have really been blessed. Dr. Tobin, I especially want to thank you for your leadership on this.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm sorry if I yelled at you.
I think I yelled at you too. So.
I also want to thank the many, many parents and families who have just fought for their children so amazingly, and I'm so proud to be able to offer this motion. And I want to move to make masking optional in all AACPS school facilities starting Friday, February 18th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion? Ms. Schalheim, your light was on.
So I've said since the beginning, supported following the science and the data, and I'm going to continue to do that and be supportive, because we've reached one of the off ramps offered to us, and that's a wonderful thing. I could have done without the political theater around this, personally. I think that data, no, I'm not talking, the chuckling needs to stop for a second.
Please.
Okay, cheers. Let me finish my thought. The political theater I'm talking about is the political theater around on how we received the data to then make the decision that does not match the Maryland Department of Health's website. So if the decision is ours once off ramps are once we reach the off ramp, then we should be privy to that information. And I am offended that we were not part of that group receiving that information. That is the political theater which I am referring to. So I hope that whoever's watching from the state take note of that, because if this is put in our wheelhouse under our purview for us to act on as this body. We're all duly elected members serving constituents up and down this county. And it would have been nice to have been included in the data that apparently has been going out to some group of individuals for quite some time. And then really, clean up your website, please and thank you. Right? So I'm happy to be supportive of this. I am happy, as I have been this entire time, to hear from people on all sides of the political spectrum with every opinion under the sun. And I'm glad that we're finally at this point where it's optional. The last thing I want to mention is that, assuming this goes through, that, if your children are with children who will still be wearing masks because it is their choice and their option to do so, just know that those children are doing so out of their choice and their option, and respect that. The code of conduct is in effect and will be used accordingly for any taunting or harassment or intimidation that might occur towards those students. One more thing, be careful what you wish for. If case rates go up and people, are positive with COVID, there is the virtual option that does occur when you're told to isolate for that period of time. So just know that, there's cause and effect here. Everyone will make their choice as they're now able to do. I'm delighted that 80% plus of our eligible individuals in this county took it upon themselves to get a vaccination to make this off-ramp possible. So thank you. And I'll be supporting this. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Ms. Omasori?
Well, Ms. Shawheim pretty much said it all. Yeah, we voted to approve policy from the state. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we voted to approve policy from the state board that said if 80% of the county is vaccinated, you can go mask optional. So personally, for me, there's no reason why I would not be able to support this. We have the data. 80% of people are vaxxed. There's no reason to go back on what we've previously voted. My only question, I suppose this would be targeted to Dr. Arlotto, is sort of what was alluded to by Ms. Shawheim. We saw during the after winter break where we saw a rise in numbers. And what is the protocol? Because, you can't be devaccinated. It's going to always be 80%, and that off-ramp's already going to be there. But what would be the protocol if we saw an uptick in cases that was concerning for our student body, since we're taking the step to go mask optional?
So if I understand your question, Ms. Amasori, the first piece of this, my first response is, if there is an uptick, what will occur, and I believe this is what Mrs. Schulheim was referring, is that we will have declared outbreaks. And that is a certain percentage of students and staff in a school. That's 5%. That number is set by the Maryland Department of Health and enforced by each local health department around the state. So we watch that data with our partners, the Department of Health. We have a series of spreadsheets that Mr. Mosier continues to work on throughout the day, starting about 4 a.m., and they are monitored throughout the day. And when we get close to what could be a declared outbreak, we begin to work even more closely with our Department of Health. But we could see, again, to answer your question, if there's an uptick, what we're going to see is outbreaks, which means students will be sent home to quarantine for 5 days. And that could be a class of students, that could be a cohort of students. And we've seen 8 schools earlier last month where we had 8 schools that we had to close for a 5-day period and go virtual. So that is absolutely a possibility as we move forward. The discontinuance of masking and making masking an option has no impact on outbreaks. That's set by the Department of Health.
All right, that was my only question.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. It's a good day in the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community. I just probably a month ago wasn't sure we would get here before the end of the school year, and I am just thrilled for our students and our teachers and staff who now have an option. I want to thank everyone involved in getting us to this point. And I know it was not easy to get us definitively to this point until the final hour. So I appreciate all the hours that some of you have put in. I thank those at the state level who did come through with the information that we needed to confidently make a decision here. I feel very confident where this vote is going, but I do have a request, Dr. Tobin, that should the board pass this motion, I just want to make a brief statement and make a request of the superintendent, if you don't mind. After the vote.
Okay.
After the vote.
All right.
But anyway, you got my support, and I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. I just want to say, echo Ms. Frank and Dr. Tobin's gratitude to Delegate Howard, Delegate Kipke, and the folks at the state who responded to our requests for clarifications and made sure that we got responses. We, unfortunately, the LEAs are the low end at the pecking list of elected officials and are not always included in, but I know that we've got some leadership at the state board and otherwise that are working really hard to improve it. So I look forward to days of better exchanges. And but honestly, I have always supported our choice all along. And accepting state mandates. We're an agency, we've got to follow the state law at all times. We don't have those luxuries that our commissioners and our county councilmen do when they're upset at the state. So this has been very hard, and our parents have worked really hard to make sure that the decision makers, not just here, but also at the state, understood the conditions that they're in. And I'm hopeful that some of our kids will no longer have those night terrors and stuff associated. And that our students who benefit more without a mask for speech therapy and stuff will be able to recognize that benefit as quickly as possible. And so instituting at the end of the week gives us some operational time. And but I'll say again, numbers are going to go up and down. We're in long-term recovery. And I think this is a major step to us recognizing that we have to learn to live with this, and that we can no longer continue to pick and choose groups as to how it relates to staying safe. And as the state and the county continue to move forward to that effort, we must as well. And so once again, thank you everyone for your patience and your grace and understanding with this. And I know we have good systems in place to make sure that optional or not, that everybody will be kept safe. And once again, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Frank, for offering it. There was a lot of work. Let me just, folks, the amount of technicality that you have to achieve any state regulation is always usually involves the hiring of staff, ultimately, that we don't have money for. So thank you very much. I am a strong supporter of this and remain as such.
Thank you. If I'll just take a quick minute to say that, yes, it's a remarkable moment when you actually meet a threshold that's been sitting in front of you for a very long time. I will be clear, it's been alluded to. This has been much harder than it should have been. And it has been much harder than it should have been because we, as the Board of Education, that is charged with making this decision, were not part of the stream of information that we should have been. So I would like our state partners, who I know are listening, to listen clearly. We are making these decisions. If you think for 1 minute that we're going to be shunted to the side and not be shared information, you are wrong. And I have spent probably 72 hours on the telephone to that end. Thank you. And I just want to say that I'm tremendously grateful to the staff who has also, for every hour I've spent, they've probably spent 3. It shouldn't have been this way. It should have been very straightforward. None of this should be political. This is about children. And so we have confirmation of the numbers. We have confirmation of the data. Those numbers are strong. I am a believer when you vote to support a set of regulations, when you've met those regulations, you move on. So I will be supporting this. I thank everyone for the work they've done, and I will echo one last thing that Ms. Schalheim said, because I think this is incredibly important. We have a lot of people in our community, while the case rates go down, which is wonderful, while the hospitalization rates go down, that is wonderful. We have a lot of people who are really vulnerable to this disease. A number of them are children. Please remember that. And remember that those children will be choosing to wear masks. Other children will be choosing to wear masks, possibly because they have a family member who is vulnerable. And so we are now in a world where we have to give each other grace to handle this as best we can and recognize that everybody's situation is unique. And we're going to have to move forward in that world. We can't operate, frankly, as if COVID is the flu, and we can't operate as if it's ever going to go away and completely be gone. It won't. I think that's pretty clear. So we are all in a world of calculated risk, just as we are every day we get in a car. And that will continue. So thank you for that, the willingness to listen to me. We have a motion and a second. I do not see any additional lights. Are we ready to vote? Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms. Frank. I got carried away.
Thank you. Normally, I don't do speeches, but I do have a couple of words that I would like to say tonight. The only thing that I want to say is that I believe, and truly believe, that any power from any politician, body, or agency in this country is supposed to derive from the people. We do not have sovereigns, we have elections. And as someone from the very first fully elected board in our county, I think this is one of the most sacred pieces of serving that I hold dear. Whenever I'm able, I try to fulfill the will of the people of my district. But in every situation that is possible, my job is to stand out of your way and empower people to make their own decisions. Empower parents to be the decision makers in their children's education, and empower students through education and allow them to develop confidence, knowledge, and poise. At best, there have been multiple failures of government in this situation on a controversial issue that many people are deeply passionate about, and you have heard some of those details tonight. I hope that our friends in the state are listening to us, and I hope that as a community, we recognize the failures over the last several months and do not repeat our mistakes. Children should always come first, and in this building, education should be first. While I am angry about the process, I am so very grateful that we are here and that I am able to cast this vote. Families have only asked for us to recognize their right to make these decisions, and if they choose to continue to mask or not, that is their choice as well. I support parents to make these decisions for their students. I firmly believe in the consent of the governed, and I will never stop fighting against policies and government bureaucracies that hurt our children and hurt our families. I vote to give this power back to the families where it belongs. This decision puts children and education first. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Frank moved to make masking optional in all AACPS school facilities beginning Friday, February 18th, 2022. Ms. Corkadell?
Yes.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Umasori?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis, you had a comment.
I do. I want to comment on something that's come up during a few of the remarks during that deliberation. And the politics of this have absolutely impacted our children. I'm very concerned it is simply a reality that different communities are made up of different ways, and there tends to be similarities often within a community. And so those who may be seen as different might be singled out. So I want to speak for all of the children of our schools and request, Dr. Arlotto, can there be a message to each school community from the principals reminding the entire student body and teachers and staff that this is absolutely a choice and that there is absolutely no reason to make any assumptions about anyone's choice. I'm speaking up for those students who may be continuing to wear a mask in school for their own safety or for the safety of those that they are regularly in contact with. And I'm also speaking up for those students who are now going to choose to remove their mask and not wear a mask in school. I can tell you for certain, students have spoken to me and told me that's great that this might be happening, that we might no longer have to wear a mask, but I'm not going to take my mask off until my peers do because I'm afraid of being judged. And there are absolutely students who feel that way. And I want every student to feel supported in their decision and or their parents' decision. Whatever a student does in school should be supported, and the entire school community, I hope, is reminded of that. Is that possible, Dr. Arlotto?
We'll put out a system-wide message.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Okay, we are now going to move to public comments. We will begin with in-person comments, but before that, let me read some statements. Speakers will be allotted 2 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. The yellow light below me will shine when you have 30 seconds remaining. The red light below me will shine and you will hear a tone when your time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing the meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. And let me be clear, if anyone cannot adhere to those rules, they will be asked to leave. Civility is how we're going to get through this. As a reminder, if you signed up to speak on either item 6.06, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 capital budget and 6-year plan, or 6.07, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 operating budget, your testimony must specifically relate to one or more of the proposed amendments offered by the board. There are 2 proposed amendments to item 6.06 and 12 proposed amendments to item 6.07. The Board of Education has previously held a public workshop and 2 public hearings on the superintendent's recommended budgets to allow members of the public to comment on what they wished to see in the budget. From those, board members have crafted the proposed amendments. Should your testimony on item 6.06 and or 6.07 not relate specifically to a proposed amendment, you may be stopped by myself or the Vice President. So with that, let me call the first speakers in person, and this is under Superintendent, item 3.06, Superintendent's Report, School Operations. I'll call people up 5 at a time, and then you can go in order. So first, Ms. Carrie Gillespie, Ms. Jennifer Fold, Ms. Stephanie Cornett, Ms. Tina Belford, and Ms. Kim Prada.
Well, I'm excited to be here tonight. I'm Carrie Gillespie. Again, I've stood before you all for many months now. I'm a mama bear of 4 children and proud to be. I thank the board for the work that it took to get to this point as far as uncovering the numbers to make sure that we were at the 80% threshold that MSDE required. And I am disappointed, to say the least, in the politics that it took to get to the information, as Michelle Heim and Dr. Tobin alluded to. It should never have happened. The bottom line, and what I think all of my fellow parents here also think, is that what this comes down to is parental choice. Although our schools are vital to our children, and I am thrilled that my child is back in a school building, which is essential in her life, the number 2 most important people in her life who know my child the most are myself and her father, my husband. Bottom line, we have no issue with a child, a parent who feels that the mask is important for their child. This is freedom of choice. We just want the choice to make the best decision for our child as well. When you have a child who is suffering from anxiety from wearing the mask, or who actually starts to like the mask because she can hide behind it, there's a concern when you get to that point. Let's not underestimate our children either. Our children have been raised and are taught in our schools to embrace everybody regardless of whether they're wearing a mask or not. Our children have been socializing with friends outside of school. Some wear masks, some don't. And I don't think that that is going to be an issue that we'll see in our student body. Again, bottom line is children have been used as political pawns in all this situation. And sorry, I was scrambling because I was speaking originally tonight on removing masks. So I apologize. I'm kind of off the cuff with this. So.
Thank you.
But thank you. And again, thank you for the work you did for our children.
Ms. Fold.
My name is Jennifer Fold. Like Carrie, I had planned on speaking about masks. Although I'm very, very pleased with the vote tonight, I'm still going to read what I wrote anyway. I still think it's relevant. It's about mandates in general, and so I'm going to read it anyway. It's time to end all mandates. This is not March 2020. We have more information about the virus. We understand who is at risk, and it is not our children. We have to learn to live with COVID. 2 weeks to stop the spread has transformed into 2 years of school closures, quarantines, covering our children's faces and hiding their expressions, isolation, increases in mental health crises, and more. We were told that 2 weeks would stop the spread. It didn't. We were told that vaccines would create herd immunity and would stop COVID. They didn't. We were told to keep our kids socially distanced, make them wear masks, avoid family and friends. None of these so-called mitigations have stopped COVID. We have listened and complied. Our kids have missed school, suffered learning loss, and emotional and social decline. Now we are asking you to let go of the fear and allow our children to return to a normal school environment and thrive. Many states have allowed their schools to be mask optional with no quarantines or vaccination requirements throughout the entire pandemic with no negative consequences. Others have removed all mandates. Children in these states are experiencing a normal childhood. Why should Anne Arundel County be any different? Our children do not need mandates. What they need are Anne Arundel County public school leaders to support the students and their families in learning to live with COVID. We can't shut down COVID, but we can shut down the fear that drives decisions to implement mandates that negatively affect the lives of our children. One last thing, I will echo what Carrie said. I do not know anyone who has anything negative to say about someone wearing masks.
Excuse us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I
give
could
you
just
your
finish up what I
time.
was going to say, I don't know anyone who wants a mask to be optional who has a problem with someone else wearing a mask. I truly don't. None of us want to ban masks. We just want the choice to do what we feel is right for our children. And one more thing, my children are actually in AOB schools. They've been without masks for the last 3 days now. They've been mask optional, I should say. So many children have not worn masks. They've had no issues. I was in the classroom on Monday for the Valentine's party. There were 3 kids in my first graders class who had masks on. They were fine. The rest of the kids had no masks on. They were fine. It was wonderful. Everybody was happy. No problems. And I expect the same from Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cornett.
Like those who went before me, I was going to speak on the mask mandate, but I rewrote it. And now it says, "Dear board members, on behalf of all of my fellow parents who are concerned for the adverse impacts on mandatory masks, I want to thank you for your vote today." Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Belford.
Hello, Tina Belford. Again, I had a whole testimony prepared to, share our feelings on the mask mandate. So I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. This is just so wonderful. I really mean it. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prada.
Like my friends here, I was also prepared to come up and convince all of you to vote to eliminate the masks in our schools. So all of the hard work that the board has put into making this decision means so much to all of us, and we really appreciate it. I also have spent 72 hours writing my testimony that I can scrap now, but
I'll trade you.
But it's important to note that our county buildings, our state buildings are all going mask free on the 22nd. Private schools in Maryland all went mask free, or mask optional, I should say, this past Monday. If we were to keep this mask mandate in place for our children, the only place in Maryland children would have to wear a mask would be in a classroom, and that's just wrong, especially after our Anne Arundel County Department of Health just published a graphic literally on their Facebook that said the masks that we've been wearing for the past 2 years do absolutely nothing. So that would be political theater and just detrimental to them. So thank you. Very gracious that we are at this point finally. It's been a long 2 years for all of us. And I've been watching these board meetings for a long time, and I don't think I've ever seen a unanimous vote on something so, I guess, controversial. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I'll call up the next group of speakers. Ms. Jennifer Powell, Mr. Adam Wyndham, and Ms. Peggy Williams, all speaking on item 3.06.
Hello, board members. My name is Jennifer Powell. I was going to also read this, but I'm not going to read this anymore. So I'm a parent of 3 Anne Arundel County students, one which is still in Anne Arundel County Public School System, which is sitting right behind me. I thank you from the bottom of my heart from doing this. Her and I actually had the conversation about exactly what was just told, that you respect the people that choose to still wear a mask. And if you see anyone that is disrespecting another child that is wearing a mask or not wearing a mask, you stand up for that child. You stand up. That is what I have taught my kid from day one. You don't allow another child to disrespect yourself. And that's just, I appreciate the choice very, very much. So I'm not going to read my paper. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wyndham.
Nearly 20 years of government experience. from the military and civil service has shown me when the government wants to do something, they find a way. And when they don't want to do something, they find excuses. Like we always oppose unfunded mandates, such as HB 270 testing for lead in drinking water. This is exactly what AACPS has done with its position on HB 0226, requiring cameras in special education classrooms. Of all the degrees in the district office, did no one really stop to consider how this would look considering what happened on November 5th, 2019? I call on the Board of Education to vote and pass on a resolution supporting passage of HB 0226 requiring cameras in special education classrooms. And I'm still going to continue with my comments on masking because mine are to a specific problem that potentially will still be a problem. An IEP progress report from this year states masks were worn by therapists and the student, that wearing masks make evaluating and imitating proper sound production is difficult. The progress report shows a student with 0% accuracy and 25% accuracy on different objectives. As of September 9th, 2021, 712 mask exemption applications were submitted. Only 3 were for religious reasons. Only 60 exemptions were granted. 138 denied, and the hundreds others were forced into coaching plans. 47 were still pending at that time. On October 18th, 2021, in response to a question by a board member on the difference between equality and equity, the AACPS Executive Director of Equity told this Board of Education that equity is making sure everyone has a shoe that fits. Ladies and gentlemen, the shoe does not fit.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you for your decision tonight. Thank you for all the hard work you've put in for the benefit of our children. At this point, given the new information, I missed the information about the athletes, so I may be speaking out of turn, but I believe that the testing and the mandates for the athletes should end immediately as well. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next topic is 6.02, items of legislation. And I'd like to call up Ms. Melissa Eidelman and again, Ms. Peggy Williams.
So I did actually cancel this with Bob, sent an email.
Oh.
But it's okay. I kind of want to take this opportunity, since I do have 2 minutes, to just say thank you. I'm emotional. I want to cry right now. We have drilled into you guys, someone more specific, and I want to apologize for that, but that is because we were fighting for our children. We saw their suffering and their pains. I have children needing IEPs on this subject that Adam's talking about. And it's been devastating watching them try to learn to speak, even in 4th grade when the pandemic happened in 2nd grade. So we are not some terrorists. We are mothers and fathers and parents that care.
Thank you, Ms. Eidelman, but you did speak up.
Yes, so to get to legislation.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Tobin. So I guess what I came, because I wasn't sure if Bob got my message that I canceled. Well, I understand that you guys oppose some bills because they're jam-packed. I mean, they're jam-packed with language and information that I'm sure you guys have to get legality and legal advice to figure it out and everything. We just hope your opposition to certain bills like HB 0758 or this other one that I reviewed, which is the Maryland Parental Rights Act, is more about what you're saying your concerns are, such as teacher workload, because they are being overworked. I mean, I legit support our teachers. They are being overworked. They have always been there for my children. Less about keeping us parents out of this boardroom. And that is a concern. We see that you guys are making stuff happen to include us, and we do appreciate that. But we will continue to be a voice, and we will continue to be loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. This is about HB 618 the Maryland Parental Rights Act. I'm concerned about that. In particular, the fact that the board is opposing it. And my concerns regard the lack of parental control and oversight on materials being taught. During the last 2 years, I found that my children are learning Marxist critical race theory at their middle and high schools. AACPS currently is infused with CRT. Dr. Arlotto openly outlines the basis of the curriculum in that article dated June 17, 2020, called "This Time We Must Heed the Alarm on White Privilege." It's still on the AACPS website. In your opposition to HB 618, you say you recognize that engaging parents in the educational process is essential to improved academic success for students. Yet in all these meetings, it appears to us that only a few of you ever listen to us, and making change feels essentially impossible. Our taxes pay for this education, and we're major stakeholders, and therefore we feel we have the right to have a say in what these kids are being taught. This bill supports those rights and many other rights which are too numerous to discuss in detail here, including protection of the child from biometric scanning without parental consent, the parent's right to make healthcare decisions for their children, and allowing more time for public testimony. This is why I and many parents support HB 618. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers on item 6.04, policy revision, first reading public comment at board meetings, Ms. India Oakes and Ms. Carrie Gillespie.
India Oaks, Bates Middle School, and the proposed policy revisions. The board states its commitment to community participation in a variety of ways at board meetings, and that the board strives to make public comment as equitable and accessible as possible. Yet the current procedures and revised policy go against such objectives, as well as conflict with the board handbook. But today I wanted to focus on one item. The revised policy would remove the sentence saying, "Public comments shall also be permitted after official presentation of each item on the board agenda," a requirement that you have ignored ever since COVID started, which among other things excludes the public from commenting on proposed amendments. And we know how impactful amendments can be. Moreover, as example, items of legislation was not available until after the deadline to speak. So how can we know whether to provide comment until we are aware of what is discussed, which also feeds into how troubling it has been limiting speakers to just 2 items, which goes against the constant worry of the late Candence Antoine, who always expressed concern about why there was no public comment on so many agenda items. Also, not everyone who speaks English can read or write in English. Not everyone has access to the internet, and so you are excluding people when not allowing people to sign up in person or speak after an item. This was the time to show your commitment in listening to the people who elected you, and yet the revisions are just further limiting public comment under the guise of fluff language about equity. Please revise the policy so procedures don't change with each board president, and those procedures reflect your desire to ensure that every single person has the ability to communicate in the way that is best for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oakes. Ms. Gillespie.
Hello again, I'm Carrie Gillespie, and I'm still a mama bear of 4 children. As I became familiar with the AACPS Board of Education protocols the last year, I was shocked to learn that parents receive only 2 minutes of time to speak on pre-designated subjects that are outlined and put into place on an agenda created by the members of this Board of Ed, who are elected representatives after all. It's frustrating as a concerned parent to feel like we have our hands tied in so many ways when attempting to speak to this board regarding legitimate concerns we have regarding our children's education. I've sat here time and time again while some members of this board seem to be annoyed, disinterested, or have even dozed off when parents tried to cram their vital and heartfelt messages into their precious and limited 2 minutes. Meanwhile, unelected and partisan speakers have the unlimited time and attention of the board and parents have no recourse to question or converse with these speakers. Furthermore, emails to many members of this board go unanswered or are only answered with canned or condescending responses. The structure of the AACPS board meetings as it stands is broken. Every public school system relied more than ever on parents during COVID lockdowns, especially Anne Arundel County schools, which, as you all know, was one of the last school districts in the country to reopen schools to in-person learning. Nothing is more reflective of the outcome of a student's performance in school than parental involvement. Yet it seems to many of us very involved parents that our involvement is viewed as a nuisance, a roadblock, and only barely tolerated for 2 minutes every few weeks as an obligation. Parental involvement must be embraced, welcomed, and celebrated by Anne Arundel County schools, whether through collaborative discussions or committee parental inclusion. Why not use all of the resources available to the school system and include parents as the vital resources that we are? This goes hand in hand also with the legislation for the Parental Rights Act, House Bill 618. A reminder again that you all work for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, the last group of speakers in person. On item 6.07, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 operating budget. Ms. Betsy Brininger, Ms. India Oaks, Ms. Joni Golden, Ms. Melissa Eidelman, and Ms. Tina Belford. So, Ms. Brininger. Good evening.
Good evening. Members of the Board of Education, thank you for having us here tonight. I'm here to speak against Amendment 8, which would strip the budget of its funding to expand the EEE program. I live in Glen Burnie. I teach at Pershing Hill Elementary School, EEE Arts and Humanities, which I've taught since the very first day of the program. In this current environment, I cannot think of a program that is more appropriate to assist our students with coming out of this pandemic. We're very worried about learning loss, reading scores, math scores, and yet every day I see students who are unable to communicate with each other and collaborate. I see students that can no longer manipulate with fine motor skills. They can't draw, they can't write. Their creative skills have really kind of been dampened by all of this. Their interests, their stamina is almost non-existent, and perseverance is a word that they don't even remember. And these are the hallmarks of the EEE program. I think that sadly, if there was ever a time to expand the program as quickly as we could, this would be it. We've taken a couple years break from EEE, and I urge you to not make that happen again this year. It's an infinitesimal amount of the budget. I think my math was right. It's 0.001% of the annual funding. And it is a very, very small price to pay for something that is a huge return for our students. They need this now. They need it badly. And I also believe that it's something that not just a few clusters of our elementary students should have, but something that all of our students should have the ability to participate in. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Oaks.
India Oaks, Bates Middle School. I am here to express opposition at the most intense level to the amendments cutting funds for buses and professional development, along with opposition to the addition of a constituent services position. And when I say opposition at the most intense level, today's agenda upset me so much that it kept me awake until 2 o'clock in the morning. So feel lucky that I do have a speech disability, or you might see me violating the rules about staying civil. I know I am providing comment before hearing your reasoning for such amendments, but on the surface, it is unfathomable that you would cut funds for more buses, given how much we know buses are needed for the change in school start times, after school activities, and ensuring magnet programs are accessible for all students. At the same time, professional development impacts every single staff member, which translates to impacting every student in our school system. It is difficult enough to ensure our staff are getting the necessary professional development, especially on equity issues. So any cuts to professional development resources is a disservice to everyone in our schools. Finally, I find it a selfish act to ask for funds for a new constituent services position, given every dollar matters, and $120,000 could be used to further support our special education services, transportation, mental health, bilingual services, and numerous other needs that have been hemorrhaging for years. As a constituent, I would rather you first look inside to see why so many are frustrated with the board, and how to better engage with the public, than waste money hiding behind another person in the central office. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Goulden.
Good evening, Dr. Arlato and board members. My name is Joni Golden. I'm a Title I teacher, math teacher at the Old Mill Cluster. I'm a parent in the Old Mill Cluster, and I'm a former student, you guessed it, the Old Mill Cluster. I bleed red, white, and blue, and I felt it was my patriot duty to come tonight to ask you to strongly reconsider Amendment 8, which currently states eliminating requested expansion of EEE programs to schools in the Old Mill Cluster. For years now, our cluster has been projected to get EEE. However, we are still waiting. Other students in the county have had 4 years and exposure to additional learning. Our high poverty schools typically equate to fewer background and community opportunities, and continue to deny our students of this program enhances that deficit. Old Mill students have missed out on 1 hour a week for 36 weeks for 4 years. That puts our students 144 hours behind their same age peers in learning opportunities. It's not equitable, and it's a disservice to our students and our teachers, who, I might also add, are missing out on additional planning time. Our kindergarten readiness assessment data showed that kindergartners are not coming to school ready to learn, and we need the EEE program to continue filling the learning gaps. This cannot all be done in an academic content area, as we need real-world exposure and language at all levels in order to meet the needs of the whole child. At this time, more so now than ever, our students deserve the opportunity to be challenged to solve problems through a program that will demonstrate that it is okay to fail, learn how to take constructive criticism, find multiple solutions, and celebrate their successes. By eliminating the EEE program, it will once again hinder our cluster in exposing our students to college and career opportunities with these missed experiences. Please do not continue to pass on our future scientists, linguists, and activists. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Eidelman.
I wanted to take this time to show my support to the amendments proposing cuts to professional development. Our teachers, just like our students, have had to carry most of the burden of this pandemic. At the start and throughout this pandemic, it is of the opinion of many that these professional development days have been nothing more than retraining our already well-educated teachers how to think in support of pushing CRT in the public school system. I must point out, though, that although CRT is nationally known as critical race theory, here in Anne Arundel County, they call it culturally responsive teaching. We have come to this opinion because after a PAI request, we were able to obtain the information that is presented to our teachers on professional development days, along with videos of lessons being showed to our students as young as 6th grade. Some of these are college-level concepts, and many parents feel the content is highly inappropriate for their age level. We also received invoices from Barnes & Noble showing AACPS spent $92,744 on culturally responsive teaching textbooks. We appreciate these cuts in the area of the operation budget in support of opening up money to other areas, like it seems AAA people, that really need the extra resources. One area I personally feel could use resources is special education department. The amount of learning loss of students here in Maryland as a result of the school shutdown should be our school system's #1 priority, not CRT. I suspect there's an increase in IEPs and 504 plans this year, and I hope we can make sure resources are provided to this department to lessen the burden of our general educational teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Belford.
Hello again. I'm Tina Belford, and thanks again for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am also in full support of the amendments that propose a reduction in the professional development spending and the associated contracted services. Teachers and school staff should not be burdened with additional time-consuming responsibilities that claim to enhance their skills and understanding of certain content. These expensive programs that are contracted for hours of professional development throughout the school year can easily be replaced with a much more streamlined approach that educators can do online in much less time and at a fraction of the cost. So much of the professional development model and content appeals more to the teachers' unions and to the Education Secretary, Miguel Cardona, rather than to the individual teachers themselves. I think teachers should have the most heavily weighted input on what style of professional development works best for them, rather than leaving it to the unions and the federal government to decide. Please utilize these funds for something more meaningful to our teachers, staff, and our students.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person testimony. Thank you very much. And so now we will go to our virtual testimony with Mr. Sulkworth.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the virtual public comment portion this evening. Just a reminder, speakers will be allotted 2 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. Ms. Howe will indicate when your time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Our first speaker this evening, speaking on item 3.06, Superintendent's Report School Operations, is Kristen Caminetti. Ms. Caminetti.
Giving me an option to put on video like it normally does. Is that correct? Can you hear me? Mr. Silkworth, can you hear me?
I can. It's very low, but I can't hear you.
Okay.
That's better.
And it's not giving me an option for video either. Oh well. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll go ahead. I would first like to state that this board really needs to stop making major decisions before public comment is given. Also, the insinuation by some on this board and of the public that only parents who wanted the mask mandate removed had valid concerns is highly offensive. We are in the middle of a global pandemic that has killed millions. But I would also like to be clear that I support the data-driven off-ramps as defined by MSDE. I want the residents of Anne Arundel County and our students to be able to make reasonable steps towards normalcy, including being able to remove the mask mandate in schools when those off-ramps are met. But I have a number of questions about the decision to remove the mask mandate at this time. One, the MSDE regulation clearly states that the first off-ramp is when 80% of the county population is fully vaccinated. It does not say 80% of eligible residents. So why the sudden change? According to the data on the Maryland Department of Health website at 4:30 p.m. today, only 68.9% of Anne Arundel County is fully vaccinated. The language is clear. 80% of the county population is what MSDE intended and what the Maryland General Assembly voted into law. And the maneuverings of Mr. Kipke or anyone else should not have changed that. Two, if we are going to go with this eligible percent number, then what happens when children under 5 become eligible for the vaccine and we suddenly drop below 80% of eligible residents who are vaccinated? Will masks be required again? 3, what if there's another wave or another variant for which the current vaccine is not effective and cases skyrocket? There are so many unanswered questions. At nearly every step of this pandemic, this school system has been reactive instead of proactive. I am asking you to establish clear, data-driven on and off ramps that will allow for easy decisions that are based on data, not politics. I get it. We're tired. We want COVID to be over, but it isn't. Our youngest children remain unprotected. We need a plan to respond to the situation on the ground, not react recklessly. The situation right now looks good.
Your time has expired.
Tonight, as Anne Arundel County remembers the 1,000 residents who have died of COVID-19, don't let their deaths be in vain. Let's do better. Let's be proactive in how we continue to respond to this deadly disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Our second speaker on item 3.06, Superintendent's Report, School Operations, is Bonnie Fitzpatrick.
Can you hear me?
I certainly can, Ms. Fitzpatrick.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
I would like to thank you guys for unmasking our children tonight and giving them a chance to be children once again. That was mainly what I want to speak about.
We thank you.
And the second thing I want to speak about was the change of school times, which I've had a lot of people contact me about this because I am a vice president of a high school here in Anne Arundel County, that usually their children pick up their younger children out of school, and with the time change is going to affect that greatly, and they would have to get childcare. So they were asking me to comment on that for them and see if we can do something with that. Because it's a great increase with parents that are going to have to pay for childcare to have their children picked up. And also, I'm no longer at Northeast Middle School, but I'd like to speak about that air conditioning we need in the gym. Please grant that $3 million for the air conditioning in Northeast Middle and Chesapeake Middle School. And that's pretty much all I have to say. And I want to thank you again for releasing our kids from those masks.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. Our next speaker on item 6.06, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 capital budget and 6-year plan. We have two speakers. Our first speaker is Kristen Caminiti.
Thank you. I would like to provide comment on each of the proposed amendments. Amendment 1. Why is anyone proposing to reduce the number of buses when the company you hired to figure out how to make the new school start times work recommended additional buses, not a decrease? Amendments 2 to 7. Please do not decrease funding for professional development, particularly around issues of equity. I know this board has received a lot of feedback about the effectiveness of professional development, but decreasing the funds available doesn't help improve the quality of what's offered. Work to improve professional development, not to defund it. Amendment 8. The Enhancing Elementary Education, or EEE program that is available to some students in our county is an excellent, innovative program that enhances the learning of students. This should be made available to all students in AACPS. Please stop delaying the funding of this program expansion. Implement it in all schools so that all students benefit and so that all elementary school teachers have equal planning time. Amendment 9. At a time when our schools are in desperate need of additional staffing and our students are in need of more resources, we should not be redirecting funds to support a constituent services position for the Board of Education. Please do not support this amendment. Doing so would show that this board is tone deaf to the needs and priorities of its students and community. Amendment 10. Yes, by all means, find the funds to complete the requirements for fulfilling HB 205 free menstrual products in public schools. If you don't do it now, the school system will have to redirect funds for this purpose later. Amendment 11. One AP test is already provided to every AVID student and students who qualify for free and reduced meals. I am not convinced that this would be the best use of our school system's funds. Amendment 12. Enhancing a teen parenting program sounds like an excellent use of funds. I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Our next speaker on item 6.06, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 capital budget and 6-year plan is Jamie Herman Cunha.
Hello, Mr. Silkworth.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Thank you and the board for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jamie Herman Cunha, and I am the PTSA president of Northeast Middle School and one of the PIAC representatives for the Northeast Cluster. I'm speaking today in favor of capital budget amendment number 2. a perennial issue that the community expresses to me, both as a PIAC rep and within the PTSA, is the HVA system in the Northeast Middle School gym. Large events are uncomfortable at best, and in warmer months, nearly impossible to hold without EMS services on hand and on standby for heat-related health issues. The gym is essentially unbearable. During the renaming process of Northeast Middle, which I was a part of, I was often asked why we were changing the name before addressing the issues within the building. Now is the time to change that. Now is the time to finally update the HVAC in the Northeast Middle School gym and to begin to give the building the attention it deserves. Please vote yes to capital budget amendment number 2. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you so much. Item 6.07, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 operating budget. We have 5 speakers. The first speaker is Jennifer Fishback.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jenny Fishback, and I'm speaking on Amendment 8 that eliminates the EEE program to the Old Mill Cluster. I have 2 children who've been participating in the computer class at Millersville Elementary that's offered instead of the EEE program. I'm also a EEE teacher. This makes me acutely aware of the numerous missed opportunities that these communities have experienced. While our children sit in front of computers, I see EEE students participating in hands-on experiences that aim to solve real-world problems. They have more opportunities to collaborate and to give feedback and get feedback. They create public projects that focus on the process and not the end product. The community is invited in. Local businesses are used as tools for learning, all of which strengthen the relationships within and the school and the surrounding community. While our children sit in front of computers, I see EEE students exploring second languages, building scrappy prototypes, designing food trucks, sewing kindness quilts, experimenting with wind turbines, and so much more. ACPS's driving values state they strive to eliminate all students and eliminate all gaps. How is this true if the county is offering this program to some schools and not all schools? Old Mill is just as deserving as the communities that already receive this program and the countless benefits of the EEE program. It's time to expand the program, invest in Old Mill. We are worth it too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fishback. Our next speaker on item 6.07, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 operating budget is Jaden Ferris. Jade.
There he is.
Can you hear me?
I certainly
Okay,
can, Jade.
1 second. Let me turn my camera on. Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Arlano. For the record, my name is Jaden Ferris. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a junior at South River High School. My comments tonight are my own and should not be construed to represent the views of others or any organization I am associated with. Before I start, I would like to recognize the fact that in the budget, $3.4 million is being funded for athletic improvements, which is more than the combined budget for health and safety, aging schools, school bus replacement, and health rooms. Really get your priorities in line with the budget. Now with the amendment, I'm kind of utterly confused why we're funding $350,000 for turf and stadium builds, but cutting the expansion of the EEE program in the Old Mill cluster. In researching what EEE was, I found that it really allows students to grow into creative thinkers and problem solvers, and I think that's what, as a board, you want all students to do, right? Really, what the Board of Education should be doing is exploring the ways to include this program in all of our clusters in the school system. Students in clusters without the program are not receiving the same educational opportunities as students in clusters that already have the program. All means all, right? I'm also very confused why the board is spending $120,000, the salary of about 2 educators, on a constituent service officer. Have you tried being active on social media and other outlets of communication, really actually reaching out and responding to your constituents? Quit hiding behind overpaid bureaucrats. Finally, I would like to express my support for Amendment 10, which expedites the process for which menstrual products would be available in all bathrooms 2 years in advance of Senate Bill 427. Menstrual products are expensive in the US. In a national survey of about 1,000 menstruating teens, 1 in 5 struggled to afford period products, and about 35 either missed school or knew someone who missed class time because they did not have access to period products. And about 27% of students said being in school has made it easier to get supplies. The pandemic even exacerbating this gap even more. Please support this amendment, as these are many of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on item 6.07 is Mary Dodoni.
Thank you and good evening. I speak tonight as chair of the Anne Arundel County NAACP Education Committee with the explicit backing of Branch President Jacqueline Alsop and standing for the entire Anne Arundel County NAACP membership constituency. There's been laudable progress in AACPS in recognizing and supporting students, families, and staff who do not fit into a sanitized and fantasized European American straight cisgender neurotypical norm. At the same time, challenges to preserving and advancing these gains seem to pop up at every possible opportunity. Tonight is another challenge to the Equity Professional Development Program. We know that culturally informed teaching undergirds how we understand and teach all subjects. Imagine teaching science free of the boundaries of white Eurocentric discoveries, with full knowledge of the contributions of all cultures. Imagine literature that embraces the best of Black, African, Asian, Middle Eastern, and Latinx literature, as well as US and European literature. Imagine teachers who are fully comfortable, fully capable, and fully competent in teaching to all the students in a culturally, racially, and in every other way diverse student body. This cannot happen without ongoing equity professional development. Not long ago, we heard several representatives from the administration speak about culturally responsive teaching, and specifically about the Equity Professional Development Program. We saw how informed, capable, and compassionate they are. We saw how skilled and extraordinary they are. This is what we're working for across the board in AACPS, not working against. Please preserve the funding for equity professional development in AACPS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker on item 6.07 is Brooke Heisel.
Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Brooke Heisel, and I'm the proud parent of a 4th grader at Piney Orchard Elementary School. First, I'd like to thank each of you for your service. It's not an easy job, but you've stepped up because you're passionate and you care for the students across Anne Arundel County. In fact, Ms. Tobin said, "This is about children" earlier tonight, and Ms. Frank said, "Children should come first and education should come first." Tonight, I'd like to appeal to that passion as I talk about Amendment 1 under the proposed cuts to the fiscal year 2023 operating budget, which is to decrease buses from 32 to 23. It's no secret that Piney Orchard Elementary is over capacity, and the number of students is expected to increase to about 1,100 next year for a school that is built to hold 649 students. That's almost twice the capacity. That's an enrollment that's comparable to Arundel Middle School in an elementary school. We keep hearing that this influx of students is temporary, yet permanent changes to Piney Orchard are occurring, like adding more portables, changing traffic patterns. I do appreciate Melissa Ellis hosting a town hall last night where she shared the latest out-of-box thinking to relieve the overcrowding of moving 5th graders to Arundel Middle and high school students, 8th graders to high school. Tonight, I'd like to propose another solution. Instead of cutting buses, please cap the number of students at Piney Orchard and use the buses to transport kids to schools that are under-enrolled, which are most of the elementary schools that are close to Piney Orchard. All of them except for Chapel are currently under-enrolled. It's a temporary solution that's equitable to a temporary problem. Piney Orchard is doing its part to support kids and to be a good neighbor, and we're asking the same of other schools. I'm asking you tonight to please step up for Piney Orchard Elementary School. We are told that
Your time has expired.
transportation logistics is complicated, but if the same energy that's being used to figure out how to squeeze 2 times the amount of kids into Piney Orchard is applied to this problem, I have no doubt that it can be figured out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Heisel. Our final speaker on item 6.07 is David Heisel. And it appears that he is not available. So, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our virtual comments, public comments. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. So we will now be moving on to consent items and award of contracts. Item 5.01, COBRA and FSA administration. Dr. Arlotto. Anything to offer? Any questions, folks? Okay. Yes, please make a recommendation. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Motion to bundle 5.01 through 5.05.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do we have consensus to bundle? I take it we do. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 through 5.05.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasore?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Section 6, action items. Item 6.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any comments? Ms. Howell. I think we can vote.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim? Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasore?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 6.02, items of legislation. Ms. Ortiz, good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. Before you, you have a lengthy packet of items of legislation. Just as a friendly reminder, Section 1 are bills that would need a vote from the board. Section 2 are no position bills, and those are just typically bills that would not impact us or it would not necessarily be appropriate for us to wade into. And Section 3, which is the vast majority of the bills that you have before you, align with the board's 2022 legislative program. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Ellis, I see you have your light on.
Thank you. I know it's not in the packet. It was our prior meeting, but House Bill, I think it's 226, involving cameras in
self-contained classrooms.
Yes. I have a question about that. Do you know um, the timeline on that, when it would be voted on in the General Assembly?
So I don't know as to the timeline because everything just moves very fluidly. I can say that I participated in a subcommittee of the Ways and Means Committee, which has the bill in the House side. And this bill was discussed on, I think it was Monday. And there were lots of questions and lots of proposed amendments and lots of concerns. And so I know that the committee may be looking to put forth amendments, make it a pilot program, perhaps. I should say the subcommittee to recommend to the full committee. So I'm still not sure what will happen. If the bill does get a favorable recommendation from the subcommittee, it would then go to the full House to be voted upon, and then it goes to the full House floor, etc. There's also a Senate cross file of the bill as well.
Okay, so if I don't have the
And it already has had a bill hearing, and we've submitted testimony.
correct. Yeah, right. I guess my question is that likely to be voted up or down before our next board meeting?
I honestly
Next couple
can't
weeks.
say. I mean, the committee chairs select their schedule and the bills that they choose to move forward. So I honestly don't know. They have their own sort of, each committee chair has their own way in which they choose what bills to push out.
All right. Unfortunately, I don't have any type of plans or motion for this evening, but if that bill is still going by the next time we meet, I have an interest in possibly exploring support with amendments rather than our opposition. And
So just so you know, we've already submitted opposition testimony.
we have, but this bill could be amended, correct?
Oh, yeah, and I track all of that. So my job is to track all the amendments to see if they address our concerns. In many instances, committees do take into consideration our concerns, whether it's opposition or support with amendments, and a bill may get to a place where we have no position on the bill, or we can actually support a bill.
Right.
So, yeah,
So we could
absolutely.
potentially change our position, and I'm interested in perhaps exploring that. So I'll
So I'm
do
assuming
more
you'll
research.
track along
Correct.
with Ms. Ortiz what
Right.
amendments come and should there be
Yes. Thank you.
changes. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Did you have anything else, Ms. Ellis, or is that it?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Schulhan?
Yes, hi, good evening. I have a couple different questions. I'll try to be brief. And I'm sorry if I already missed what I'm gonna ask because I've had these. The student voting one, bill, I forgot which, I'm in the file, but I don't recall which number that was. We currently, according to this document, are taking no position. So just briefly help me understand, because I think in the past we've supported something similar. So just thank you for breaking it down for me.
Yeah, no problem. So this is House Bill 797. It would essentially require each county board of education to have a student member, because not all county boards actually have a student member, and give them full voting rights. And so this bill we would typically actually oppose, just because it is the legislature interfering in the local board authority of each board. And so while we here in Anne Arundel County have a student member, love and support the fact that our member has full voting rights, the only one in the entire United States, not all counties, would like that or want that. And so this is a bill, because it's dealing with local board authority, that we would typically oppose. But given the fact that we love having our student member with voting rights, the recommendation that Dr. Arlotto recommended was no position there. It's a little bit different than previous bills where the legislature has sought to reduce the voting rights of student members of the board, in which case we definitely have opposed those efforts. And we actually have a statement in the legislative program that speaks to our opposition to those efforts. So that's why we're not weighing in. I will say that MABE is opposing the bill, but we recommend that we just take no position.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the distinction. Senate Bill 640. Does that one have legs in your view?
Okay, so this Senate Bill 640 deals with maintenance of effort, and so I tried to clarify a little bit. So this actually doesn't apply to us, which is the only reason why we're taking no position, because typically if the legislature is trying to provide us more money for maintenance of effort, we would support that, of
You should
course.
say yes. Yeah.
Yes. So this bill is dealing with those counties that utilize federal COVID funding to kind of backfill their maintenance of efforts requirements. Now, this bill would require them to kind of pay that money back. Anne Arundel County government did not utilize COVID-19 funds for our maintenance of efforts, so it doesn't apply to us.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Omasori.
Ms. Schauheim sort of beat me to the punch in regards to referencing the House bill on student representatives, which, although it doesn't affect my nor my successors' voting rights, obviously is of interest to me. And the reason why I didn't jump to turn on my light was because I've had multiple conversations with many people on this board about where they came down on it, to which I reached the distinction that you talked about, which is, thankfully, we're not in opposition. It would be very weird if we were. But I just want to have it on the record, because I personally don't think I would get enough support to overturn this position. But I would like to stay on the record that, but I hope I speak for everyone on the board when I say that we are full champions of student voice, particularly that of student voice within our counties, our school systems, and when it comes to decisions made on the board. And so while this board will not be making any position as to how other boards should conduct their business, I want that to be on the record, that we support board members who are like me, who are like my colleagues across this county, not this county, this state, who have a spectrum of voting rights. And I'm just going to cut it off there because I don't want to go on a diatribe. But I would hope when we say that Anne Arundel County has the only full voting student member in the country, that in the coming years, that would not be a fun fact we like to pull out. I would like for the future to hold more for student members across the state. Keep on saying county.
Thank you, Ms. Omasori. And yes, I've enjoyed those conversations about this bill. And the point is, there is no other snob quite like you. So, okay, I see no other lights. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
You're welcome. You still have me.
Yes. So the next item 6.03, policy revisions for third reading, emergency plans, Cody H. Ms. Ortiz, or actually Dr. Alvarado.
Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend board approval of policy EH, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved. Second.
Ms. Corkadell.
Just a couple quick questions. I know you guys received some suggestions from the Office of Emergency Management, and I saw the final, and I understand sometimes suggestions aren't in alignment with the way we do policy and stuff, but I was just wondering if you could just go over with me briefly some of the suggestions that were omitted as to why. And I only say that specifically with the COOP and the SPMT because that is something that in regular county government and state government normally would happen, where we would affirm what should be taking place, and then the regulations would dictate that. So I was just wondering If you could just go over how you guys reviewed the suggestions, because this is our Office of Emergency Management Director, so I know she's, very intimately involved in emergency planning, and I just want to make sure that I understand where the outcomes landed, because I don't sit on policy committee to know the details of the review.
Yeah.
So good evening, Alex Scheckner, Chief Operating Officer for School District. So let me begin by stating that we did actually incorporate a number of the recommendations that they didn't. The two specifically that you referenced, the group felt they're really operational. I mean, there are specifics on how you discharge the policy. They're not the policy. It's a means and methods, which typically is covered in regulation or typically covered in a standard operating procedure. And also due to the contents of the two documents you talked about, they're really not, something that we widely broadcast, right?
No,
like
that is
school building
not
plans and other things. So I guess, in totality, we incorporated all of the comments that, and not to speak for the chair or the committee, but I believe we incorporated the spirit and intent of many of the comments. It was just a few of them that we felt sort of crossed that bridge more into belonging in a reg or SOP or departmental procedure, or are protected under as part of our security protocols, which are protected documents under state law. So that's kind of the strategy or the tactic. Ms. Ortiz, do you have anything else to add?
No, Mr. Sheknovich covered everything, and the language that was incorporated, like in the issue relating to preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery, that's essentially what we do. So that was clarifying language to explicitly state what we're already doing, which was recommended by the Office of Emergency Management. And we included that language also in C2 as well, just for clarity there.
Thank you. That's really helpful because, the Board of Education is going to need to undertake their own policy as it relates to our emergency management planning, which is a separate continuity of governance thing. And we have a committee that is starting to meet and work on that. And so one of my reasons for the question is because I want to make sure that what we're doing here is mirrored, because we will uniquely have to create our own regulations where normally it does not exist. So I just wanted to make sure I understand as we move forward how we make sure that we're in alignment and not replicating and in the same vibe and breathe in. I also want to take this moment, Dr. Tobin, to thank the Office of Emergency Management and Ms. Emmerich and Mr. Tennyson specifically, who has worked with us for over a year now, and specifically on this and on the future one policy I mentioned. And this is, their busy time of year. And I am thankful and grateful that we have partners who are willing to help us and continue to be there for us. Because when an emergency happens, you need exactly that type of person at your side. And as a person who used to work in there, and I can just attest that how we coordinate with them is outstanding. And we have always been able to get top of the line leadership with emergency management because the county does such a great job. And so thank you guys for your willingness to do that. And I don't believe I have any further questions. Thank you very much. I did want to thank our policy committee for jumping something in at the last minute. Sometimes opportunities do not align with our timing of our readings and stuff. So thank you very much for being willing to do the review. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I see no other lights. So, Ms. Howe?
Ms. Corkadow?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasori?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.04, policy revisions. First reading, public comment at board meetings, code BCB. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, policy BCB, public comment at board meetings, is before you on first reading. This policy was last updated on September 12th, 2018. There were several amendments to the policy, as you can see via track changes. It was amended to clarify the purpose paragraph and issue section. State the board's commitment to receive public comment at regularly scheduled public meetings. Clarify how the public may submit public comments to the board. Provide guidelines on speaker conduct when providing public comment. Clarify how the meeting procedures will be made available to the public, and remove a section relating to public comment after each agenda item. And so essentially these amendments align with public comment procedures currently. And the policy will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I see Ms. Scholheim and then Ms. Corkadell.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing this policy forward, Policy Committee. This is more of a statement than a question. A couple of statements. The first is to say that these are our board meetings or business meetings,
yes,
and that we are have been and even with this policy continue to be one of the most accessible bodies around. Not only can you come speak on agenda items, you can call us, you can hit us up on the socials, you can email us, and many of us are very responsive in that way. So I wanted to state that, and that our primary goal when we come together every 2 weeks is to perform the work and the business of the board. And while these might seem like a dialing down of things to some, it just clarifies our commitment to public comment. And if you can't or won't come and utilize your time here, like I said, you can reach us a variety of other ways. Thank
And
you.
if I may,
Yes.
you just jogged my memory. I'm so sorry that I forgot to mention this. But to Ms. Scholheim's point, right, this is a business meeting. You are executing your duly elected responsibilities as board members. And actually, there is no requirement in law or otherwise to provide for public comment, but of course you do, and you always have. I did want to mention that these recommendations also come from the Gibson performance audit report, in which the professionals, the auditors who have audited many school systems around the country, commented on public comment and really felt that the board should implement some changes to public comment to ensure that you are able to do the work of the board and go through your action items. And so that's where some of this information, some of these amendments were derived from. And, to your point about the public being able to contact the board, one of the things that the audit report recommended was, that board members have town halls, to provide the public even more access. But yes, we've actually researched other school systems, and Anne Arundel is very generous.
Yeah, absolutely. We want those days of board meetings routinely going into the wee hours of the morning to be in our past and not and this helps us be a more efficient body as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Well, I was going to comment that I noticed quite a few things from the Gibson report, and wanted to thank everyone for reviewing that in the policy committee, because we had what was interesting when COVID went down is we did have to make adjustments kind of live and on the fly. None of it was ever out of alignment with policy, but it's interesting that sometimes circumstances push you into proof of concept. And with Gibson's recommendations, we were walking very parallel to that. And so thank you guys very much for making sure that that was incorporated in it. I have no questions for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to take a moment and echo some of what my colleagues have said. I think that the attempt here on the committee, and I do serve on the equity committee, was to attend to what Gibson had taught us and to strike a balance in offering appropriate access while still serving the public in the sense that folks should not have to sit up until 2 a.m. to get to see actual action on something they're concerned about. And so, I think we continue to show ourselves to be a very generous body with regard to our time. And we have had over this past year, and will continue, I hope, we had at least one town hall simply devoted to an opportunity for people to come speak on anything they wish to speak on, and we have many other opportunities. So thank you. And thank you, Ms. Dent, for your chair work. And
I have one more policy.
yes.
All right, so item 6.05, policy BI, Board Evaluation, is before you on first reading. This policy was last updated December 21st, 2011, so it's been a little while. It has been amended to clarify the board's commitments, specify that the board will conduct its self-evaluation each year at its annual retreat, and specify minimum parameters for this self-evaluation. This policy will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period, and I am happy to answer any questions. I would like to say that this policy also, some of the revisions were as a result of recommendations from the Gibson Performance Audit Report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, thank you. I did have some concerns about this policy. All the other policies I, kind of read through, but this one did stand out. The specific piece that I was a little worried about is that at our self-evaluation, we would determine and evaluate onboarding of new board members, identification of training needs and opportunities for board members, and board self-governance as it relates to accountability, collaboration. I just think that's a really meaty meeting, and I think a lot of what we got out of our retreat would be sacrificed by kind of spreading ourselves as thin as this. So while we certainly could, work with the vice president when they go for a retreat, when they're planning the retreat, I would be a little concerned to require this, because was part of the retreat was having us identify what we feel is problematic in the moment. So I don't have any amendments today, but I probably would by the next meeting. But I did just want to signal my concern and my interest in making some changes to this policy. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I have just a question, just so I can start thinking about things, because, I like to plan ahead. So is your concern more that that this would be required at the annual retreat? So like if it was another day dedicated to it, would that alleviate your concerns? Or is it regardless of whether it's at the retreat or on a separate day, you would still have concerns?
Well, it would be both. I think part of the retreat process was that we determined where we needed to go and what we needed to focus on. And I don't know that, if it's year 2 of a cycle, that we need to focus on the onboarding of new board members. So I don't think that it needs to be in policy. If we did that in year 3 or something like that, it might make more sense.
And this is just a self-evaluation, right? And so to your point about if it's not necessary because there aren't new board members, then there would be nothing to evaluate on that subject at that time. So I think it's written in a way meant to be, flexible, and that if it's not appropriate to evaluate, there's nothing to evaluate in that instance, and you wouldn't need to do so.
I just want to reiterate that I think that listing out so many things that would have to be at a minimum evaluated, I just think it's a very meaty, and I don't think stacking a bunch of meetings is going to be helpful. I think, it maybe the wording could be evaluate these topics, or these are some of the things that we would like within a 4-year time to evaluate, or something to that language, and maybe go through them a different one each year as we feel needed. But I just don't like setting the parameter that we have to do all of this in an afternoon or a morning.
Yeah, and if you do have suggested language or
I
something to
have
consider,
not.
please, not today, but between now
Yeah.
and, you know, second reading, please definitely reach out. I'd be happy to assist.
Yeah, and I do apologize. I was out of town, and I know that I was supposed to touch base with you last time, so I will endeavor to do better this time around.
No
and I
worries.
thank you for reaching out to me on that.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell and then Ms. Schulheim.
So I actually have a little different take on, on the board evaluation than Ms. Frank may have. As it relates, boards of education are supposed to evaluate every single year as a standard practice, that most actually do. And there's different instruments. I do see what Ms. Frank is saying as it relates to the specificity, because we've not actually picked an instrument yet to use. But I will just say that we are a little bit out of a line, in part because of the transition and the way we have been handling our retreats. But the annual retreat is normally not an in-depth dive. Those are part of our continuing education and professional development stuff. The annual retreat normally is the prioritization, setting the annual priorities, and the board evaluation is normally what the annual retreat would be. I think in our appointed version of the board, that may have been not as diligently pursued. And then recognizing, of course, our transitions in addition to those targets. I do share some concern that we are limiting ourselves by outlining it, particularly when we have not formally evaluated any instrument. The self-evaluation is really a thing. NSBA has it, NABE has a there's different versions out there. And it is very similar to the superintendent evaluation and the other ones that we conduct for our staff. It is a very, how do you, 1 to 5 type of thing. I'm just wondering if that would somehow limit, because I do agree that was, our previous is not adequate, but I would suggest maybe, I may be taking another look at this as well, but I do think we should have been all along. Self-evaluation creates self-motivation for improvement. And it is putting that in writing and putting it down allows for us to measure with the same amount of precision that we expect of everybody else here at AACPS. And education is the land of evaluation. So I do support it, but I would reserve possibly during second reading to consider a couple minor changes to that, in collaboration, of course, appropriately with the appropriate staff and board leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim.
Yeah, I also must say I take a different tack than maybe 1 or 2 of my colleagues. I think that this is important, as we've seen. New board members can come at any moment, and having these minimums in here is good. In order for us to be effective, well-trained, good at our jobs, then we need to also have an evaluation model in place for us to self-reflect and to get better. So I'm in full support of this. I don't I think, you know, you have to put in the time to be successful in our roles and to be able to properly, you know, represent those who put us here. And I don't want to cut any corners. I'm glad this is before us, and I will, of course, when the time comes, to support it. And I'll take each amendment as it comes, I guess. But I think this is good overall, and I thank the policy committee for putting it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, is that it? And I see no more lights. Oh, wait, Ms. Dent. Pardon.
So first of all, I want to thank Ms. Ortiz and Mr. Sheknovich for always being so supportive on the policy. I do respect all of the comments that came. So if you all are so kind, I know that you got a lot going on, but if you could just send me your comments, it doesn't have to be, or share them with us. The intent of the policy committee is for us to all have a policy that we can not only execute, but that we standardize what the policies are, right? And so my thought process and the approach for self-evaluation means that we, as a board, have some goals and have identified what we want to accomplish as a board. And so my approach may not necessarily be your approach. So I appreciate all of your input, and I do hope that you provide me whatever comments that we can. And I'm just happy to be working with someone like Ms. Ortiz, who has the experience to be able to guide us through this process. So I do value your opinion. I value your input. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess we've got something else. All right. It says other action items. So we're about to
Hardly.
launch into the budget, and let me take a moment before bringing these exact items for a couple of things. First, I would like to extend my thanks to Ms. Schalheim for her extraordinary work. Those who have been following board meetings have noted over these last couple of years that this process has been somewhat streamlined from couple of years ago, when I believe there were 83 amendments.
Dear Lord, no.
to many fewer. And that is largely thanks to Ms. Schalheim's work writing us and also enabling us to make clear our board priorities. So thank you, Ms. Schalheim. No. Yeah. She got them all out of the way, right? So with that, I am going to offer each board member, before we begin the specifics of this discussion, 2 minutes that will be timed. So we will be kept to the same standards as our those who come and give testimony, to offer their general comments around the budget, whether it's priorities, approach, whatever it is you wish to highlight. Yes, Ms. Schalheim.
Can I suggest that we maybe do that after the walkthrough, because some of our comments might be.
A good point. Okay. Very important. All right. After the walkthrough, we will do that. Thank you.
Because
Mr. Sheknovich.
They have information for us.
Mr. Stansky. Yes. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend approval, and we're beginning with the capital budget. I recommend approval of the $193,009,000 capital budget and 6-year plan and any approved adjustments.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Good evening. I'm Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer for the school district.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
And we're here for our practice run, which is the first item, 6.06 regarding the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2023 and the 6-year plan. So the reason I said it's a practice run is because in this case, there actually are no material changes to what was recommended to the board when the superintendent delivered his budget recommendations actually back in September and then again in December. So this is the third time this comes before this body. So I understand there may be some amendments, but at the present time, there's no changes to the superintendent's recommendation. It is a 2023 capital budget request inclusive of both state and county funding sources of $193,009,000. I will say we've learned and continue to learn some terrific news on the state fiscal front as it relates to the capital improvement program. And we look forward with the board's concurrence of delivering this to the county executive no later than March the 1st and beginning our journey with them. And hopefully we will get equally good news on the capital funding front for the county. And with that, Madam President, we turn it back over to you and your colleagues.
Okay. Ms. Schalheim, do you believe this would be a good moment to offer members an opportunity to speak? Should we dispose of this first and then?
Yeah, because a lot of, because sorry, I know what they're going to say. So, yeah. So, yes, I would love to wait until.
Okay, so we will dispose of the capital budget and then.
I would prefer, but it's up to y'all.
Is everyone comfortable with that? We're going to discuss and dispose of the capital budget.
Before we, because we're gonna, she was giving us a couple minutes to speak to like our thoughts on the budget. I think most of our thoughts on the budget are operating focused. I could be wrong. I'm just suggesting that maybe we wait till the walkthrough of the comments.
The operating is through and then we.
Comment because I think they're definitely the tie into my comments and.
Okay.
I'm happy pointing it out there.
Cheers. Yeah, I'm happy to do that if everyone's comfortable with that. Okay. So, Ms. Dent.
No comment.
Your light was on. Mr. Yes, okay. Mr. Silkworth. And, well, offering an amendment.
So for the capital budget, we have two amendments. So I'd like to offer amendment number 1 to increase the fiscal year 2023 athletic stadium improvements line item by $350,000 to fund bleachers for the 2 sites that recently received turf fields without bleachers at Arundel and Glen Burnie High Schools.
Second.
Okay.
I know we have a motion on the table. Can I just make a brief suggestion, Dr. Tobin? And
Please.
It's fine if we dispose of this amendment first, but maybe a brief statement so that the public understands this process here, that if I understand it correctly, we're doing it the way we've done it in the past couple of years. The vice president is going to introduce every amendment that has been proposed. It doesn't make our vice president the author of every amendment or mean that it is his position. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Indeed.
Oh, and now. Now I'll speak to the amendment. If that's
Okay, Ms. Schalheim?
Yes, I had a question about this amendment. Is it common to, I have 2 questions. Is it common to install bleachers after turf fields have been installed?
Again, Alex Shackner, Chief Operating Officer. Most of our bleacher installations have been funded through state capital grant or bond bills. Typically, in years prior, we received sufficient monies to be allowed or capable or able to complete the entire project. For these 2 schools, for reasons that I am not aware of, we didn't receive the full funding amount. We received sufficient monies to do the turf fields, the walkways, the fencing, the scoreboards, the lighting. So we got funding to do all of the items that we typically do on these projects, absent there was not sufficient funding for the bleachers, which again is atypical because all the prior ones we had funding for the full package. So I think this amendment, if I understand it correctly, would simply bring the installations that are under Glen Burnie up to the same level as all of the other ones at the other 10 schools.
Right. Thank you for the explanation. And then also, again, to clarify for those out there listening and those in the audience here tonight, and everyone who wrote us about, our priorities and this amendment versus that amendment, can you just very succinctly explain to the general public the difference between the capital budgets and the operating budgets?
Certainly, gladly.
you.
So capital budgets and operating budgets are very purposely distinct. They actually do not correlate with one another, really because of two primary reasons. One, capital budgets are line item appropriated, so the funding for a particular project or a particular project category within county capital improvement program and state capital improvement program are specific to that activity. They are not funds that can be reallocated or relocated to another project or to another activity, nor can they be spent on any purpose beyond what is explicitly articulated within the capital program. So that's the first differentiator. That is the line item appropriated nature versus a general operating budget that does to some extent within the confines of state categorical law allow for some maneuverability by the local Board of Education for those funds. But with capital projects, Ms. Schallheim, there is no maneuverability. So that's part one. The second part is really the means of funding. Capital programs are, for the most part, funded on the state side generally by general obligation bonds. On the county side, it's general obligation bonds or impact fee funds. Those are two primary sources. While you certainly can use PAYGO funding towards capital projects, that is more the rarity as opposed to the norm, whereas your general operating money is fully funded by PAYGO. So while money is money, and a dollar is a dollar, they come in slightly different flavors. And so funds allocated towards a capital improvement project typically are not in direct competition for a dollar that is allocated towards an ongoing or recurring operating budget. I hope those 2 points help sort of color in some of the lines.
Absolutely. So just, to summarize for those out there listening, increasing the capital budget does not mean that on the operating budget are in jeopardy or vulnerable or subject to not being able to be funded. Just so we're clear, adding more money to one pot does not decrease from the other. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that we got a lot of comments about that. And, unlike previous years, we did post these amendments, all of them capital and operating, intentionally to be more transparent to the public well in advance. And so, I just wanted to clear up that misconception and that confusion. Thank you so much for your explanation.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I just want to quickly speak up for the Arundel and Glen Burnie communities. These and the entire community truly does benefit from this. Our fields are used by multiple organizations, and it is. I mean, I don't want to imply that $350,000 is nickels, but in the grand scheme of things, when we did undertake the project to build these fields and bring these schools up, to par with our other schools, we need to finish this. They need bleachers. They deserve bleachers. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other lights. So We have a motion, or we need a motion? So if you could frame the amendment as a motion, Mr.
I
Silver.
will. So I move that we increase the fiscal year 2023 athletic stadium improvements line item by $350,000 in order to fund bleachers for the two sites that recently received turf fields without bleachers at Arundel and Glen Burnie High Schools.
Second.
Okay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasore?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. We have another amendment.
I moved that we increase the fiscal year 2023 upgrade of various schools line item by $3.0 million to design and install air conditioning within gymnasium spaces at Chesapeake Bay and Northeast Middle Schools.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
Thank you to Mr. Sheknovich for all of your amazing help on this. I do just want to let the public know a little bit of the background of this particular motion. As it was stated in public comment, as we renamed Northeast Middle, this became a clear concern of the community. So I definitely wanted to bring up that I appreciate everybody who brought this to my attention. I did not realize that we still had gyms in our county schools that did not have air conditioning. I think that it's definitely time to get air conditioning in our gyms, and the masking situation that thankfully is resolved absolutely exacerbated some of the concerns with not having air conditioning. Having said that, I just want to make sure that people are aware that these will be the last two schools to get air conditioning. That what we're doing is basically making sure that there are other schools that may not have air conditioning, but they are slated to be destroyed, or they're already in the works of getting air conditioning. So I just want everybody to know that that's why it is just these two schools, because these are the only ones left that actually need it. And they just happen to be in my district, and I am thrilled to be able to present this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, and once again, adding this money or potentially adding this money, should this motion be approved and subsequently funded, does not take away from the operating budget in any way.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I see no other lights.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasore?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Mr. Sheknovich?
Thank you, Madam President. I believe with the conclusion of those amendments, we'll be voting on a capital improvement program that arrives at a new total. As the superintendent indicated, his recommendation that was put before you was for the recommendation of a capital improvement program of $193,009,000. With the two amendments that passed, I believe the exhibit before you now shows the corrected amount. The board will be voting on a capital improvement program that's $196,359,000 in total value for FY 2023. And again, this is strictly the capital improvement program only, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. So do we have?
Yes,
Yeah.
so I move that we approve the capital amendment, the FY23 capital budget as amended, reflecting the total that was just stated by Mr. Sheknovich.
Second.
Echo.
Okay, I see no lights. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasore?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. So we will now, Dr. Arlotto, move to item 6.07, Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 operating budget.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend approval of the operating budget and any approved adjustments.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Sheknovich?
Good evening again. My name is Alex Sheknovich, the Chief Operating Officer for the school district.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations for the school district.
And unlike the capital budget that we discussed earlier, but as is our norm for the operating budget, there is some new information to be shared that reframes the superintendent's budget, moving it forward. And the reason is as such, as I believe most of you and potentially many of the public understand that our budget is developed in the fall and the superintendent brings his recommended budget to you in the month of December. But at that time, while we're operating on some rather good information, a couple key things have not yet occurred. So the governor principally has not released his budget recommendation. And we do here in Maryland run a very heavily executive-centric form of government, and the governor does have a tremendous amount of control over the revenue structure of the budget. So piece of information number one is the governor has put forward his budget. So that's going to be part of it. The second piece of it that's a little bit newer this time around is that quite honestly, there's a lot of moving pieces at the state level. The state, various entities at the state and us even at the local level are still digesting and disaggregating the various components of the blueprint bill and some of the moving parts with the ESSER grants. Again, some of which weren't even contemplated fully or fully flushed out at the time of the superintendent's budget. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk you through those two seminal changes. One, the revenue adjustments that have occurred directly tied to this governor's release of his budget, job number one. Task number two then is to articulate for you those changes that have taken place because of directives or guidance we've received from the State Department of Education relative to budget. So the way that we're going to cover that this evening is those items that are highlighted in that yellow highlighting feature are going to draw your attention to things that have changed since mid-December when Superintendent Arlotto put forward his recommendations. So we'll begin there at the state on the revenue side as we always do, and we'll focus on the state component first. So good news, headline, right? The governor did, when he released his budget, not only significantly increased the level of funding for public education here within Maryland, specifically for Anne Arundel County schools. As you know, there are essentially laws that require certain parts of education budgets to be funded, and the governor's budget fully complied with what we see to be the prescriptive requirements of the applicable educational law segments. So again, as we see it, the governor's budget essentially comported with those requirements. But as in each and every year, and to the extent that a governmental entity has additional revenue, which then creates additional options or opportunities, the governor availed himself of some of those as well to fund some of the items in excess of what would have been the statutory or minimum funding requirements. In total, bottom line of from various sources or various categories from the state, Anne Arundel County is going to be receiving $26,252,921 more in state revenue. Again, $26.3 million more in state revenue. And I'll cover it in a little bit, but our history here in Anne Arundel County has been to the extent that state revenue goes up to maintain the balanced budget posture of the superintendent's recommendation, which is before we do any amendments, that results in a decrease in the request to our county government. So you'll see then at the very first line that's highlighted on the state side, The state unrestricted dollars went up by $53.4 million there in that category. And then some of the components in the blueprint match, or the Kerwin Commission, or now Blueprint for Educational Excellence bill, for college career readiness, concentration of poverty, and transitional supplemental instruction. We went from what were essentially educated placeholders to now what is exactly contained within the governor's budget. So those kind of semi-soft, squishy numbers are now very exacting numbers. So that's really what happened below. Some went up a little bit, some went down a little bit. But these numbers now match prescriptively to what was contained in the governor's budget. As those items there relating to blueprint are now called assigned. So there are state assigned dollars. There's $9.55 million in total that are assigned towards funding of those three blueprint initiatives. Again, college career readiness, concentration of poverty, and the transitional supplemental instruction. They require matching money. The state law that was passed for the blueprint bill contemplated a required match on the part of the county government. Because some of those dollars as contained in the governor's budget varied, some up, some down, all those calculations were rerun, and you will then see directly below something called assigned college and career ready match, concentration of poverty match, and transitional supplemental instruction match. Those total to $9.60 million if you add those three up, and those are the requisite matches to the state number above. What you'll see going down, though, is overall the county government's required funding level, whereas previously the superintendent was recommending $98.3 million in unrestricted county funding. That number has decreased to $77.76 million. So that number went down. That's an offset to the state funding above. And again, the blueprint related assigned monies are a mathematical match and aligned with the requirements of the blueprint bill. Going down then to the restricted side of the budget below, you'll notice two things. One, you'll see some deletions. Previously, the college and career readiness, the concentration of poverty, and the transitional supplemental instruction programs, our initial supposition relative to the guidance and the term and conditions for those programs were that they were to be categorized as restricted dollars. That's where we had them initially. Since then, there's been a new posture, and they're no longer restricted. So this is an accounting parlance. They're no longer restricted for the blueprint initiative. They are assigned for the blueprint initiative. And so it's, half a dozen one way or six the other, right? So they're assigned to it instead of being restricted for it. The end result is we're accountable for every single dollar of those, and we will be audited, and we're going to have to prove that they all went exactly for their intended purpose and discharged in the exact manner that the blueprint bill contemplates. So that's really more of an accounting issue. So that's it on the revenue side. Again, we got $26.3 million more. There's some balancing between state and county blueprint, and then there's this accounting issue of changing things from restricted to assigned. That sort of captures the revenue side. The more interesting thing is what happens then on the expense side. And if Ms. Howell will go a little bit, Ms. Money, I'm sorry, will go a bit lower. We'll go through each one of the highlighted areas. It's actually going to go up a little bit.
Slightly. There you go. Yep.
So we'll do one at a time. So the very first one is under the compensation category. For FY 2023, there is within the blueprint bill, and as we migrate towards the career ladder and some of the other recruitment and retention incentives, as well as educational instruction or advancement, there is an enhancement in salaries contemplated for national board certified faculty members. the way that we and our colleagues around the state interpreted the law initially and looked at the numbers, would have had about $5.05 million allocated towards compensation. Since that time, we've received some clarification from the state and alignment with the recently released governor's budget that then lowers the amount of funding available for NBC certificated faculty members that will align with the term and conditions of the blueprint bill. So that is going to be a decrease of funding available for NBC salary enhancements. And as a result, looking at the prescriptive regulations that have come down now with respect to the blueprint, fewer of our NBC faculty members will be eligible for the additional monies that come with the NBC dollars. Going down then a little bit further, you'll see the next three items in bars together. Those correlate with the numbers we saw above. So earlier I spoke to the state and the county amount of dollars for career and college readiness. If you add the state and the county number from above, we talked about a little earlier, it will match exactly to this amount down here. So the revenue above matches exactly to the expense down below. And that happens for those three categories: college and career readiness, concentration of poverty, and transitional supplemental instruction. Those dollar values match exactly to the combined state and county dollars that we saw before. The other thing that happens here is the dollars were funding positions in the restricted side of the budget that appeared in the grant or restricted part of your binder. Because they're no longer restricted, they're now assigned. They now had to move over into the unrestricted side of the budget, but that really isn't a change. So that's an accounting issue. Those figures, those FTEs for the most part, were already in your budget previously, as Superintendent Arlotto had indicated. They're just coming from the restricted grant side over to the unrestricted or assigned side. So that's why you see those FTEs that are not, we're not asking for 25.7 positions more than Superintendent Arlotto had already contemplated a month and a half ago. It's just a depiction of them here. Going then to the next two items. One is an accounting issue, the next one. So previously, it was our understanding that the state of Maryland, specifically MSDE, would be paying directly private pre-kindergarten providers without those dollars flowing through the school district. So the private pre-K providers would invoice the state agency, MSDE, and the state MSD accounting office would cut the checks, accounts payable office would cut the checks to the private preschool providers. While the dollar value remains the same, the state has taken a slightly different stance on it. Now we are going to be basically a pass-through entity. So we are really just going to be the accounts payable department. The dollars haven't changed. The money's just going to pass through our hands and directly. So we're going to be the accounts payable check cutting department, dollar in, dollar out. So we're just, transactional in the middle as a pass through. Again, this is blueprint money specifically for private pre-K providers, and that's where it's got to be spent. The next one is truly a new one, and it's a new one to all of us. The state periodically undertakes a large actuarial study to define what their pension liabilities are. You know that we are a combination system where the state contributes money towards the pensions, municipals and county employers, including Board of Eds, contribute money to the pensions, and then money comes out of the individual, out of our employees, both on the teacher side and the employee pension side, money into the system at the Maryland State Retirement and Pension Board. They do an actuarial study to make sure that they have enough cash on hand to be able to make sure that they can continue to pay those retirement and pension checks for many years to come, right? That liability that's ahead of them. Their most recent actuarial study really made two rather significant adjustments. One is directly tied to us, and us being all of the LEAs, but I'll bring it down here locally to us Anne Arundel schools. To the extent that we give compensation enhancements, to the extent that we give back steps or catch-up steps or more steps or larger COLAs, et cetera, the salaries of the employees go up, and therefore the calculations for their retirement pensions are directly tied to their salaries, typically the highest 36 months of earnings. So because the salaries of the individuals went up, the long-term liability of those individuals go up, the pension board has to have more revenue to cover that liability. The second piece of that is the pension board has to assume a rate of return on their investments. The dollars that they hope to attain through their investments or market activities, be it in equity bonds, private placements, real estate holdings, et cetera. And while the markets have been very favorable and pretty robust here as of late, the pension board, under the advisement of their investment consultants and their actuaries, do not believe that is sustainable going forward at the rate that it has been recently. So they've lowered their presumed rate of returns on their investments. So the combination of a higher salary liability and lower investment returns means that there's a larger bill for pensions. And that's what this is. So Anne Arundel County Schools is going to have to contribute an additional $6 million on behalf of our current employees and our retirees to continue the solvency of the pension system. And that's essentially a bill that the state board is going to hand us, $6 million higher than a prior year, and we're simply going to have to cut a check back to them. If we go down to the bottom of the page, there's a very minor adjustments. This has to do with special education TSA payments. The budget that the superintendent put forward had a proposal to raise the salaries of special education TSAs from $14.00 to $15.00. This board, in consultation with the superintendent and your chief negotiator, decided to move that up to $15.50. So that additional 50 cents an hour is the mathematical change from 442,000 previously to 664. That's what is required to cover that additional 50 cents an hour. So if you get to the bottom line at the last page, you will see that our budget request overall did increase, and that increase is entirely reflective of the state dollar adjustments. Remember, we're getting more dollars from the state. We're asking less money from the county at the moment. And the year-over-year percentage increase is actually going up from a 13.72% increase to a 14.29% increase. And the amount of FTEs reflected here is going up from 634.4 to 739.1. Again, remember, that's a little bit of a head fake. Those positions were basically, to a large extent, previously already contemplated. They just weren't here on the unrestricted side. They were contained in our grant or restricted side. So no, we're not actually asking for 100 more people than we did back in December. They're the same people that we're basically talking about. And with that brief overview, I think we focused just on the highlights, but we're open to any questions relative to either the changes or the budget in its totality.
Ms. Shawhan?
Thank you for that. And so again, for the benefit of the public, because the state increased their funding for various blueprint related items under law, that means that the county's match also increased. And so now they're on the hook for several $1 million more than before. Did I summarize that accurately?
Yes, ma'am. So previously, it was about a $7.5 million county match, and it's now a $9.6 million county match. But it is directly tied to our requirement on the local level to match the prescriptive formulas that resulted from the additional dollars from the state. So yes, you said it right.
Great, thank you. I just want folks to hear that loud and clear. Thank you.
If there are no additional questions of Mr. Sheknovich, and yes, Ms. Ellis?
So based on the additional state funding, so if I understood correctly, we have been funded at a higher level by the governor at the state level, and therefore our ask of the county government based on the superintendent's recommended budget is less, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
I'm sorry, if the math is in front of me, I didn't see it. So how much less are we asking of the county government per the superintendent's recommended budget?
But
85, 98, like 13 million.
yeah, about 13 million.
Okay. Thank you.
I think this might be a moment to offer board members to say a couple of general words before we move into the specifics of the operating budget amendments. So with that, I will call first on Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Tobin, and thank you, Mr. Sheknovich and Mr. Stansky and Dr. Arlotto for doing a lot of heavy lifting. Every single department, of course, works diligently, but as much work as already has occurred, the work has just begun, and we know that. So in general, this year's budget is different than any other budget I've ever seen, in part because the state is now requiring a lot more of us. And by that, it's twofold. There's a quantitative requirement that that even at the bare minimum exceeded our MOE, our standard 2% MOE. So we're in uncharted territory for that. But second to that is that the where we spend it and how we spend it is also being prescribed at a much larger percentage. So one of the transformations of Kerwin is going to be that we are going to have less and less control of our budget at the local level. And we hope, of course, to improve that. So this budget that we're going to be voting on and adopting is not necessarily a ask, want, or otherwise shy a couple amendments. But I wanted to speak, I did attend, I was listening to, I should say, the virtual hearing, budget hearing that the county held at the end of January. So I want to speak specifically to District 7. All but I think, Alex, maybe 2 or 3 people testified in support of expanding the agricultural signature program at Southern to be a magnet program available to students beyond the scope of the Southern District. And this is something that has been years in the making. I want to thank Dr. Arlotto and Dr. McMahon for that. Transportation is going to remains the barrier. And so my votes are going to reflect remedying that as we move forward. Overall, this budget is I will be supporting by and large the superintendent's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, thank you. So here are my thoughts on this. The budget is thorough, forward-thinking, and meets the moment in the wake of the ongoing pandemic. I applaud Dr. Arlotto and his staff for making these recommendations. Considering what we've just heard from Mr. Sheknovich, the fact that the county will be now on the hook for millions of extra dollars to meet match requirements will change how I view some of the amendments we will consider tonight. I believe that our resources should be spent on elevating our students, setting them up for happy, healthy, and productive lives on the path they choose after graduation. We can't do that unless we have committed and properly trained educators and staff willing to meet students' needs where they are. I will, of course, have a question or two for the author or for Dr. Arlotto as we go through these. After 2 years like no other, I implore the county executive and the county council to fully fund this budget as amended, being particularly mindful of the wonderful and much needed programs AACPS has implemented as a result of the pandemic, including our robust tutoring programs and the fact that ESSER funds won't last forever. Look at this budget with the future in mind, knowing that our students are still recovering from last year and they deserve to be the priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Dent.
No comments.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Ms. Omasari.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to put my own timer up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this takes me back to my speech and debate days. Okay. And start. So I actually share a lot of the same sentiments as Ms. Schalheim, but I would say that I am immensely grateful for all the work that Dr. Arlotto and his team have put into presenting this budget. And I think many of the things that are already within this budget represent values that want to invest, create opportunities, and better the educational opportunities and experiences of students K through 12 in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And while there will be various amendments tonight that we will be voting upon to add to this budget or to cut from this budget and what have you, I will just say that in going forward with the votes that we will be having, all of my votes will be with the purpose of making sure that each and every student, regardless of background, gender, socioeconomic status, have what they need to be as successful as they can be, and as successful as I feel like I've been able to be within Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And with that, I'm just a little bit over a minute, so we'll be going over to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Omasori. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Tobin. You all may remember when Dr. Arlotto presented his budget that this board member gave him a standing ovation, as did almost everyone in this room. I really would like to sincerely thank Dr. Arlotto and Mr. Zeknovich and Mr. Stansky and the entire staff for this budget that I've reviewed and very carefully. We do have amendments that are going to be voted on this evening. I've considered them all. I'm ready to vote. My votes will always be based on what is in the best interest of our great students, staff, teachers, and communities. I too would like to thank Dana Schalheim for all of her hard work as chairperson of the Budget Committee and for everything that she did to help this process be as streamlined as I really think it is. Thank you, Ms. Schalheim, for your stellar work on behalf of the Board of Students. In my mind, this budget, as amended, will reflect the real needs of our students, our teachers, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
As I look at the budget, it makes me very nervous. I went to the grocery store and for the first time in my entire life paid over $400 on groceries. And I know that as taxpayers, we are about to embark on a concerning journey with our funding of this budget. And what are we going to be able to do to pay for this? So a lot of the motions that I put forward tonight are either flat lines or cuts, because I think that our job is to make sure that we are as fiscally responsible as possible. And even some of the smaller cuts I have, I know that to a budget this size, they're a drop in the bucket, but to a family of four, that could be a vacation or even a large grocery bill. So I went through this budget and I tried to be as diligent as possible in trying to trim where I could. And I will explain my specific amendments as we get to them, but that was the lens through which I viewed this. I also want to thank Mrs. Schalheim. Even from last year to this year, the improvements, I serve on Budget Committee, have been tremendous, and they just keep getting more and more succinct, and I really appreciate all of the hard work that you put into this to do that. And other than that, ready to vote.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will bumble through it because if I prepared statements, it would be a little more clear. But look, as I have sat in this seat or one of these seats for 3 budget cycles, I've always approached it the same way. And I understand and respect that my colleagues, we all look at things differently. We have a responsibility here to set the priorities for our students. And in my experience, this board has never received full funding per any budget requests that we have put through. And that is not saying anything against our county executive or county council. It's just a reality. There's only so much money. So if we ask for the sun and the moon and the stars, we are putting it into other, the hands of other entities to decide if we get the sun or the moon or the stars. So it is, I believe, our responsibility. So I have always, every budget cycle, either introduced and or supported cuts to reflect our priorities. I don't expect tonight will be any different, as this budget is the largest ask this school system has ever made. That doesn't mean that I don't agree with anything that's been asked for in this budget. So I hope people understand the tremendous responsibility that I feel that we have here. And I'm going to do my best to pass a budget that will best serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. I have a couple of minutes. So as I approach this budget and any budget, my first goal is always the same: supporting student achievement in any way that I can. And I think we share that focus, though we may have different opinions about how to get there. I will say, as has been noted, this is a big budget. However, I happen to believe it actually reflects the real cost of education. And I think that is simply a fact. And so I think it's time for some real cost accounting. But to that end of supporting student achievement, I think it is very important to keep in mind that we have goals that we know are critical: reducing class size, supporting mental health, and frankly, upholding what has always been the case, but has become abundantly clear through the pandemic, which is that when the schools don't run, nothing runs. There is no more essential service in many ways than education. That's what we're funding here. It's our future. And so I think we need to understand that moving forward. And I've always said a budget is a statement of values. So thank you. That will be my approach. Okay. So, Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you. President Tobin, I move that we I move that we reduce the number of additional buses proposed from 32 to 23.
Second.
So moved and second. So we have a motion. So Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, I just want to ask a clarifying question because again, we got a lot of feedback regarding this amendment. So I'm going to make a statement and then Dr. Arlotto, if you can just tell me if I've got it right or not. So these buses are in addition to our fleet. We're not decreasing our fleet or our contracted number of buses by 23. We're decreasing the amount of buses we're asking in addition to what we already have from 32 to 23. And we're doing that because we have been working with our contractor this entire time, and this is more accurate, a figure of what we project we think we're going to need. Did I get that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. So I just wanted the public to hear that we're not decreasing what we already have. We're decreasing the additional based on actual need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis, and then Ms. Corkadell.
Yes, thank you. So Dr. Arlotto did make it clear to us when we originally went over the budget back a couple months ago that the original ask in his recommended budget was based on the information we had at that time, and now we have better information to indicate that. So, Mr. Cheknovich, from your operational standpoint, 23 buses as opposed to 32 should meet the needs of every student who's eligible to ride a bus in the upcoming school year. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Again, Alex Shekno, Chief Operating Officer for the district. You're exactly correct. So as you recall, when Dr. Prieto was here back in the early fall, at a very high level, she indicated that for capacity reasons, for reasons that are not aligned with the shift in start time. So we're talking about capacity. We are a growing school district. I think earlier you received testimony about one of your schools, for example, Piney Orchard, that's receiving many additional students. So we do need additional buses because we're a growing school district and we have to make sure that we comply with law and we're able to transport everyone safely. At that time, at a very, very high level, it appeared that we needed 32. We are now many months down the road. We're looking school by school, bus by bus, neighborhood by neighborhood, and being able to identify efficiencies within a school district, to look at consolidating or combining or altering some of the buses. We've been able to bring that number down of additional buses, Ms. Shawham, to your point. So this isn't a cut below what we have today. It's a reduction in our ask from 32 to 23, and that is in alignment with the numbers that we have to date. I will say that those numbers continue to tick down. I believe you recall that Dr. Prieto has called it a grind, right? So we're continuing to refine, reanalyze, to try to, again, become as efficient as we possibly can. 23 is basically the midpoint of where we are right now. We're not done that work to the degree that potentially we could lower this number. Possibly, we do not want scarce tax dollars assigned to this if they could be in another category, be it compensation or be it teachers for class size reduction or whatever. So we are committed to continue to look at this number. We're at 23 today. But if the number does get lower than this, then we'll communicate that to the board. We'll communicate that to the county executive and the county budget office. Again, because we don't want to purposely over allocate. We want this to be the right number to support the number of students that we anticipate that we're going to have in the fall in the proper fashion.
Thank you. And as someone who's been very vocal since I became a board member about properly bringing our transportation system up to meet the needs of our students, this has certainly been a sore spot for a lot of people. So I understand your concern and your angst when you see this this amendment as a cut, but it is not. It is still an ask. It is an ask of 23 buses instead of 32, because we now have assessed that every rider eligible for a seat on a bus that need can be met with 23 additional buses rather than 32. So I'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for this one. I'm glad to hear that we're in concurrence, because I got to tell you, I looked at that and said, no, I'm not voting for it. 17, I was like, oh, absolutely not. Understanding how we got to the number is very clear, but I still have a little concern maybe you could help me with. HB 283. School bus occupant capacity by one of the members of our delegation is proposing that under that condition, I was not clear if that were to pass, and it's still sitting in committee, it's in its first year, not sure what will happen with it, but safety things do tend to go through the General Assembly faster. So if we were reducing from 32 to 23, are we going to be okay if that bill were to pass, or are we going to be having to reevaluate it?
No, ma'am. So we're going to be okay. The way the transportation models were structured, they basically were structured in alignment with that. So that House bill is basically best practice. That's what we strive to achieve anyway. That's what we strive to achieve 5 years ago. So that's not really a change. I think it might be a change for others.
Okay.
It's not really a change for us. And the algorithms and the mathematical models that Prismatic and my team are running actually comport with that law as written. So that does not, whether that law passes or not, it doesn't change this amendment. Whether that law passes or doesn't, really doesn't change the way we operate day in, day out. Again, it may affect other places, but it should not affect Anne Arundel County.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, Ms. Howe.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Omasori?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you. I move to reduce the professional development, contracted services, equity, and accelerated student achievement, page 43, by $6,375.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ellis, is that your light?
No, it wasn't. Sorry. There we go. Sorry. What's that?
I see no other lights. Okay,
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
No.
Ms. Omasori?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
nay.
2 in the affirmative and 6 in the negative. Motion fails.
Thank you. Ms. Schallheim, you have it?
Yes, I move that we bundle amendments 3 through 7.
Second.
Do we have consensus to bundle?
No.
Okay,
I would not vote all or nothing on these. I have individual votes for each one of them. I would not be in concurrence with that.
So we can vote on whether or not.
okay, so we'll vote
Yep.
on this. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Corkadell?
We're voting on the bundle, correct?
Yes, we're voting on
So
whether or
in
not
other
to
words,
bundle.
we're voting to remove our opportunity to vote on these several amendments as individuals.
Correct, we're voting on the bundle.
Nay, absolutely not.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
No.
Ms. Omasori?
No.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Five, 3, motion fails.
Okay. Mr. Silkworth?
So we're not.
So we're not bundling.
I move that we reduce professional development and other charges, equity, and accelerated student achievement on page 43 by $4,400 to approve fiscal year 2022 level.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Frank?
I do want to say, I didn't realize that bundling would be a concern, so I had originally said fine with it, but since a member brought a concern, I'm happy to go through them line by line. And my comments apply to all of them as a bundle. These are not decreases to the existing budget. These either match the approved FY22 or are actuals from 2020, which is the last time that we had a normal quote unquote year. So these are flatlining our budget. They are not decreasing our existing budget. So when we talk about growing our government and we talk about growing our school system and our budget and all of those things, these were areas that I found that I don't think we need to increase. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Just briefly, and I am also making a statement regarding any of that were asked to be bundled, my vote here reflects what I stated in my opening remarks on the operating budget. Again, we have to make choices, and I think this is a modest and responsible choice. And so that's why I am supporting this again. Choosing to spend in one area or choosing not to spend or add to the budget in one area does not mean I'm against professional development across the board. It means that we need to make choices. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd just like to offer a comment. I have observed a number of school systems, and I often find in my work doing evaluation for accreditation, I've often noticed that one of the singular differences between successful systems and systems that are less successful is professional development. It is a huge tool for teacher retention and attraction. It is, in my view, tremendously inconsistent to say we support our teachers and we value our teachers and we want to have the best teachers and not recognize the need for professional development and simply the fact that professional development has a cost that, like all other things, increases. And so I will not be supporting cuts in this area. I think this is a critical piece of what we owe our teachers. So thank you. Ms. Schulheim.
I just want to say likewise, or ditto.
Madam President?
Yes.
For each one, for some of these, if you would indulge us.
Please.
Not just as a matter of information, so we're not trying to be persuasive. So specific to this one, I just wanted on the record that the $4,500 increase that you see on that page was as a result of a realignment within the equity office of dollars that were allocated in other areas within the budget. So it is not a $4,500 increase ask of general county government. There are offsets, so the $4,500 value really was a balance against cuts that department took in other parts of their budget.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Levin. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sheknovich. Your light's still on, Ms. Schulheim, or is that, okay. Okay, Ms. Howe.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Schulheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Ms. Amasore?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay. Mr. Silkworth.
I move that we reduce professional development, other charges, Associate Superintendent for School Performance, page 63, by $28,050 to actual fiscal year 2020 level.
Ms.
Second.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, a question for clarification. Are these professional development dollars for our classroom folks or for our administrators or the non-classroom
So
folks?
there's going to be a different answer for different amendments. So I'm only
Just for this
I'm only
one.
going to speak to item for
Yeah,
item 4.
I'm just
So-
referring to 4. I'm
So
going
this
line
is
by line.
professional development for principals, assistant principals, and school-based instructional staff within the Office of School Performance. So yes, school-based educators do receive the benefit of these dollars.
And so this is a reduction in, so this would reduce for the principals and vice principals, right?
For principals, assistant principals, and school-based instructional
okay,
staff
'cause
as well.
I thought it was something different. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no other lights.
Madam
So- yes,
President,
Mr.
and I'm sorry, and I'm actually going to say this once, but it's going to apply a couple times. So general observation. So where it says reduce back to actuals of FY20, I just want the board to be cognizant of, in FY20, we were heavily impacted by many of the COVID-related restrictions. So some of the professional development activities that were contemplated to occur, even potentially some that may have involved travel or something like that, certainly were curtailed to some extent. So again, I'm not making a persuasive statement. I'm just indicating that FY20 and 21 spending activity was impacted adversely by some of the health-related constraints that were imposed in the latter part of that year. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Frank?
I can appreciate the sentiment on that. However, I do want to point out that in 2019, this line item was $14,609, and it jumped from 19 to 20 to 29,586. So there was still significant growth in that time frame. I chose to use the larger number because I thought that it would be a little bit more appropriate, since 2019 was some years ago, to use the more relative number.
Thank you. Are we done? Okay, Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Ms. Amasore?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
6-2, motion fails.
Amendment 5, Mr. Silkworth?
I move to reduce the professional development, other charges, regional school performance, page 65, by $28,147 to actual fiscal year 2020 level.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you. Similar question. Because it's just hard for me to read these and associate them to people. Can you please explain who this is covering?
Yes.
The regional school performance, because we have associate superintendent, and I know this is kind of like that. It gets kind of put together. So the reduction of the 28,147, where's it? Who's getting reduced?
Yes, ma'am. So thank you for the question. So this funding is for professional development opportunities for the 7 regional assistant superintendents that you indicated, as well as training that they provide for our 290 principals and assistant principals. So if the RAS office or the OSP office sponsors the training, sets up the training, that training is not paid for by that school-based account. It's paid for by this office.
Gotcha.
And so it is training for the 7 RASs, as well as training that they mandate and sponsor for our AEL assistant principals and principals that are covered out of the OSP office.
Train the trainer. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I see no other lights.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Ms. Amasore?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-6.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth, Amendment 6?
Yes. I move to reduce professional development, other charges, professional growth and development on page 109 by $12,394 to actual fiscal year 2020 level.
Second.
Ms. Corkadell?
Same question.
Yes,
Sorry.
so it's okay. No, they're very, very well purposed
Hindsight is
questions.
best.
So every board member absolutely should be in an informed position, and that's what you're asking. So this funding provides for professional development activities for the staff that are assigned to the Professional Growth and Development Office, i.e. Carver, as well as for school-based teachers, principal, and assistant principals that attend training sessions and functions there at essentially Carver, our main training facility.
Thank you.
I see no other lights. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Corkadell?
Yay.
Ms. Schulheim,
No.
Ms. Dent,
No.
Ms. Almasori,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
5-3, motion fails.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth, Amendment 7.
I move to reduce professional development, other charges, curriculum, page 117, by $5,712 to actual fiscal year 2020 level.
Second.
Ms. Corkadell.
This is the last time I'll have to ask. I know all the rest. This is the only category that I was totally clueless on. One more
Yes, ma'am.
time. Particular.
So specific to Amendment 7, now this funding is used, it's within the Department of Curriculum, but it's used for professional development activity for the following offices: career and technical education, computer science, business education, family and consumer science, environmental literacy, outdoor education, our 2 centers of applied technology, our elementary mathematics office, our secondary mathematics office, and our science office.
I see no other lights. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Corkadell,
Nay.
Ms. Schulheim,
Nay.
Ms. Dent,
Nay.
Ms. Almasori,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
2-7, motion fails.
Thank you.
Sorry, 2-6.
Yeah. We got a new board member, evidently. Mr. Silkworth, Amendment 8.
Thank you. I move to eliminate requested expansion of the Enhancing Elementary Excellence Program to schools in the Old Mill Cluster, page 363.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Corkadell.
Yeah, I just want to make a statement. My Triple E was originally this enhancement that has gone a long way in the clusters that it's serving. And as I've been going around to the schools, and not that I hadn't in prior years, but one of the things I'm looking at specifically is recovery learning. And it seems to me like we have already invested in an opportunity, a unique one perhaps to our other neighboring districts, by having this program. And I'm convinced, based on the information I know about the program, that it's going to go a long way to our recovery learning. So although I recognize and respect how we have in the past always done this, get us to now 13 clusters worth of expansion over many years, I think now more than ever we need to be focusing on that. And I actually considered adding the next ones up in line, which I believe would be South River after Old Mill, I think. I could be wrong on that. But nonetheless, I didn't think it was the year to add with Kerwin and our Esher Cliff funds. But I do think that the value that it brings to the overall program is going to help our kids that are struggling. And folks, most of our kids are struggling in one varying way or another. And our elementary kids, this Triple E program really does help. And I think it's going to help even in a different way that we maybe didn't plan for. So I will be supporting this as part of recovery learning at the very least.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Bear with me. I do have a bit to say about this one. So I'm going to go back to when I was a candidate for the Board of Education, knocking on doors. Really, the thing that brought parents out onto their stoop to talk to me, with me, were concerns about curriculum and classroom teaching practices. And, I think in general, the standardization of education, and I've spoken about that over the years. Triple E has come to our budget every year since I've sat here. And I must say, when I first heard about Triple E, I looked it up with great excitement. I wanted to learn everything I could about it. It sounded like exactly what I thought education should be. And lo and behold, I learned it was a special program that we spend millions of dollars on, so students for 1 hour a week can have access to project-based learning. I come from a different experience with education. I think that that provides value to this board. Everyone here brings, their own value, and I know in my heart that this is the type of learning that should be going on in our classrooms every single day. This is how we should be teaching elementary school. I took notes throughout public comment this evening. We have heard from the community. I get it. I hear you about wanting Triple E because here's a few words I wrote down: whole child, critical thinking, learning gaps, social development, focus on process, not end product, exploring, designing, communication, creativity. These are young children. This is what education, this is what their entire education experience should be like on a daily basis. I unfortunately feel like spending millions on a program that gives children access to this type of learning 1 hour a week takes away from the work that we should be doing to make the learning environment this way for our students every single day. Sorry, I just jotted down some notes and they're a little all over the place. So I feel every year I have voted against this program since I learned more about it for the reasons I just stated. I feel like I'm not voting against project-based learning, and certainly not voting against the Old Mill Cluster. I'm taking a stand for all of the elementary students of AACPS. My position on this has been consistent every budget cycle, and I will work diligently with my colleagues to ensure that the intended improvements in classroom instruction that should result from the investment brought about by the blueprint makes every day a Triple E day for our students in their classrooms. So for that reason, and also I am very confident that my vote against expanding a program is not going to result in this budget amendment passing. But on principle, I have to stand with my heart for our students and do what I've done every year in this category. So I will be voting for the amendment. But we have been asked, particularly since COVID hit and our schools shut down, for some real changes. And this is one that I feel passionately that should be taking place in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
I echo some of the sentiments of Mrs. Ellis, but I also would say I don't know that I would have introduced this particular motion in another year. I think with the uncertainty of Kerwin and the blueprint and how that's going to play out, and as Mrs. Ellis stated, the intent of which is supposed to provide this type of learning to all students in all schools. But because of the cost of that, we're looking at a 14% year-over-year increase. That is, I've never heard of a school budget increase that much in a prior year, and I don't know that you could find such an increase in a previous year. So I'm not saying I disagree with the program necessarily. What I'm saying is I don't think this is the year for this expansion. And that's the only statement that I'm making with this particular amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Well, for me, of course, this is in my district, but for me, if all means all, this is an equity issue. I've been involved in project-based learning, and I can tell you from my experience, I know the value of this. Students achieve much, much more when they're involved in this. And I've heard such great things. I've observed the Triple E program, and so I am 100% in favor of that and against this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Dent.
So I will borrow some words from Ms. Corkadale. Who does this impact, and what is the impact of not supporting the request for expansion?
Yes, ma'am. So two answers to that, because there's two impacted groups. So what in our elementary schools currently, our kids go to what's called a special, essentially 4 days a week. So a special would be like art, it would be music, it would be library. So the traditional ones. This creates a 5th special. So all 5 days of the week, the students are allowed or are scheduled to go into a project-based hands-on, learning opportunity that's really thematically centered around 4 things. The schools get to pick which one they kind of want to do. And it's either STEM, which is, I think, what some folks have alluded to, but also global studies, arts and humanities, or world culture and language. So it creates a new mandatory elective for that school for the kids to expand their sort of learning opportunities for five full days instead of 4 days. That's the one community or audience. The second one is maybe beneficial for the entire group. Planning time has been a rather contentious issue between labor and management for many, many, many years. And we've talked about a whole host of ways to create opportunities for our faculty members to have more planning time, either individual planning time or collaborative planning time within the building. And we've whittled away at that in a number of different manners. But this program, and I won't call it a hard agreement, but a soft agreement, this program absolutely was one of the key strategies that this superintendent and a prior board, right, so predates you, but agreed to go down this pathway because on that day that I'm talking about, the day that those youngsters are in that 5th special, so they're going to be off in the STEM class or they're going to be off doing the foreign language or whatever, that teacher that the kids are leaving to go to the other faculty member for that special, that teacher now has the opportunity to do individual planning, individual grading and data entry, collaborating with her grade level or content level peers to do that sort of planning and classroom, again, requirements that a faculty member has to do. So really there's 2 audiences, Ms. Dent. I think the children benefit because they have a new learning opportunity, a 5th special each and every day of the week. Currently only about 2/3 of our schools, a little bit more, have Triple E. So the schools that don't have Triple E, currently Old Mill is one of the clusters that doesn't, they don't get that 5th special like 2/3 of their other elementary age peers. And the faculty in this cluster also doesn't get that additional collaborative or individual planning time, unlike their colleagues that are in the other 2/3 of the school. So there's really 2 audiences for this program. We're always about the students, but affording our faculty the time to take care of what they need to do as instructors in terms of grading, collaboration, grade entry, et cetera, also is a benefit as well.
Thank you. And could you expound on, it says in the narrative summary about the Triple E program, that it also is important to note that this request recognizes the autism cluster and a continuum of Millersville. Can you kind of elaborate on what does that mean for me?
So Old Mill is one of the schools in the Old Mill cluster. So Millersville Elementary School, I'm sorry, is one of the schools in the Old Mill cluster. And in some of our schools, we have specialized programs, like an autism program. That's a regional program where children from surrounding schools get brought into Millersville Elementary School, because that's what we're talking about, for specialized instruction in autism. Those students now would also be able to avail themselves of this new elective, this new learning opportunity, just like all of the other students that are in the geographic attendance zone for Millersville. So both are regionalized programs that are housed at a school within Old Mill, or the geographic attendance zone kids at that school will all be able to utilize and avail themselves of the EEE opportunity. And their teachers, their instructors, would also get that additional planning time that he or she now needs to prepare for her class, get things ready for his or her students, grade their work, and work with their team members, be that the special educator, the TA, the TSA, or their other grade level or content peers.
I appreciate your transparency in the program, and thank you very much for your comments. That's all
Yes,
I have, President.
Thank you, Ms. Schulheim.
Yes. Full transparency, I admit that I contemplated this this one pretty hard, back and forth, because of Blueprint, because of the ESSER funding cliffs, because our budget is gigantic. But I just can't get there, given my previous support for every single other year for EEE. So, and as I alluded to in my opening statement, the changes and the differences in the revenue that we didn't previously know about until very, very recently. We were given a heads up on Budget Committee yesterday, which, by the way, is open to the public. And so I am not going to be supporting this amendment. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to offer a couple of words on this. I mean, in some ways, I agree with Ms. Ellis. This is ultimately the pedagogy, and I think that's the other piece of it, Ms. Dent, is this is a very specific pedagogy. This is project-based learning. And as I mentioned, I think in our workshop on the Blueprint, and there was discussion with staff, that is pedagogically the direction that in many ways Blueprint is pushing us. So, a couple of things. Ultimately, I think if we move the way Blueprint is pushing us to move, there will come a day when this program will be sunsetted, because it will be what we do to a larger extent. There's another piece of it, I will say. It's hard to be a good PBL teacher. It's hard. It takes training. It takes time. And you need a training ground for that. And so EEE offers that. And we're going to have, as I said, if we move where I think Blueprint expects us to move, we're going to increasingly need that as the training for all of our teachers. And I think right now we're a little ahead of the game in that we have EEE. We have that training ground in some places. And so I think also to Mr. Silkworth's point, we're facing a real equity issue here. There are some kids and some teachers who get to have it and some who don't. And I think that's just a very difficult position to be in right now, to justify in my mind. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Madam President, could I put my superintendent on the spot? Dangerous career move. But
You've been waiting all night, Mr. Shegnovich.
It's been longer than one night, ma'am. But no, I just want the superintendent to have an opportunity to correct one what I believe is a potential misnomer.
Okay.
In that this would be the only spot where a child would receive hands-on, project-based, interactive. I think the superintendent will
I do
espouse on the
understand
idea that is infused throughout our curriculum, and that's really one of the mantras of our school district is we do want our children to be active and whatever. And I'll turn it over to my boss from there.
Please correct me.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Sheknovich. It is, let me begin with, and I know that we have two Triple E teachers in the room and they testified earlier. The excitement that the children have for their Triple E classroom, the Triple E teacher, the hands-on learning, the collaboration, the communication that they have in this class is really quite phenomenal. Our Triple E teachers do an amazing job, and I thank you for that. And they do have some special training. When we implement this program, we don't implement it on day one of that school year. They go through some rigorous training during the course of the summer, and we typically don't open it until about mid-October to give those teachers that time to coalesce and go through some training and continue training from a very dedicated office of one that helps train them and prepare them and get the instructional materials. But to Mr. Sheknovich's point, I think we, and partly to Mrs. Ellis's comments, I think we do ourselves a disservice by saying this is the only place that hands-on learning occurs. It's the only place that project-based learning occurs, because that's not true. And it is something that we are trying to do more of in our schools because we know that's appropriate for our students. It is much more engaging. And so I thank Mrs. Dr. Tobin for your comments. Our Triple E teachers become trainer of trainers, and they become sort of a training and breeding ground of hands-on learning and project-based learning because it's not something taught in teacher education programs. And so by putting it into the schools, it does so many different things. Mr. Sheknovich is 100% right. There are two audiences. There are the students that benefit, and then there are the teachers by getting an extra hour of planning time carved out of the day, which we will tell you if you are not familiar enough with what happens inside an elementary school, a teacher can't take a break unless their students have gone somewhere else. So if you're a third grade teacher and you are with your students all day, unless they go to PE for half an hour or art for an hour or Triple E for an hour, that's the only time you get a break to do your planning, to have your lunch, for you to use the bathroom. And so that extra hour of planning, it was an incredible novel concept to put together. We owe it all to Dr. McMahon and her team in trying to build this program because we wanted to do something different and special for students, and we wanted to create more time for children. Project-based learning is important. Getting students to work together in a collaborative, problem-solving fashion is wonderfully important, and it is a pedagogy we are trying to promote more of. Most teachers are not coming in with that skill. And so the Triple E becomes a training ground, and other teachers in the building at Pershing see the excitement, and then they want to replicate that in their classrooms because their students are asking for it. And so I think we do ourselves a huge disservice by not trying to continue to implement this. We're in 7 clusters now. We have 6 clusters to go. We had hoped to do this by 2018, have this implemented across the school system, but our budgets didn't allow it. And so I think this is an important endeavor that this school system has taken on, and I would like to see it through to the end. So thank you for the question, Mr. Sheknovich.
Ms. Schulheim, is that your old light or a new light? Okay.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Dr. Lotto said. As a parent of an AACPS elementary school child since the first grade, I can attest to the fact that even in a cluster that does not have EEE, Severna Park, that project-based learning has occurred throughout her education. And we're great. I, as a parent, am grateful for it, and I'm grateful for it on behalf of her peers as well.
Did you have another light, Ms. Dent, or was that your old light? Okay, then, seeing no lights, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Corkadell.
Wrong button. Nay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Nay.
Ms. Schulheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Ms. Amasore?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
2-6, motion fails.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth, Amendment 9.
Yes, I move to add $120,100 to the Board of Education budget in order to create a 1.0 FTE constituent services position to serve as the primary liaison between Board of Education members and the community in order to help residents access appropriate AACPS and associated county and state education related services, and to also engage community partners and local organizations to help advance the attainment of AACPS's strategic goals.
Second.
Okay. I may not have the order right, but Ms. Schulheim?
Yes. Given the enormity of our budget, and while also recognizing the fact that unlike other bodies, we don't have a whole lot of staff between us that just serve the board, I can't support this amendment this year with so many other things going on. And I'll add that this amount of money is greater than all 7 of the previous proposed cuts combined.
Okay. Ms. Amasore, is your light on?
Yes, it is. So upon reading this, I guess I would say I'm a little bit confused because it sounds like many of the things that are, so this isn't, one could describe it as like a social media manager for the board, or, right? This isn't what this position would entail, right?
So, Ms. Hamasori, I can just scratch the surface on this one. I'm going to have to turn it over to one of your colleagues. But
Right.
so a constituent service or an ombudsman position really is a professional staff member who staffs your office. You currently have, the 2 lovely ladies to my left. This will be a 3rd person in the office that would be responsible for interacting with the community at large, would work with your staff to answer questions, to set up things like town halls, to pull together teams potentially that the board may want to do studies or analysis. It would really be an agent or adjunct of the board to help better serve the community, to get responses back quicker to community members. And Dr. Tobin, I'll turn it back to you to help steer the rest of the ship.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Corkadell.
Yep.
I honestly thought the person who was in that had proposed it would get a chance to say, because we now are knee deep into comments. And so I'm going to need to backtrack just a little bit. So please bear with me, because some of the questions are very legitimate and I had planned to address them. Board of Education and engaged in retreat in November. And one of the improvements of consideration that we were asked to explore was to get us in alignment where we should be as an elected board, governing board, in comparison with our other governing agencies. Governing agencies have an obligation, of course, to be responsive at all times to their constituency. That has evolved over the years. And so
where we still sit in that part-time position. Other comparables who do not have all three branches of government requirements of us, like we do, for the same amount of residents. Each one of those elected officials receive an individual assigned to them already existing in our local county budget, in addition to 3+ people serving the whole group. That is the components of our county council. In the county executive's office, on top of that, there are ones assigned to the region. And I used to be one of those people. And I can tell you that our volume here of our constituent feedback is 3 times what my volume was per annum in the year. And since COVID, that has accelerated. We need to be hearing more from the people. And we need a person who is specialized in doing so. And our people deserve that level of attention. We are not full-time people. We don't even receive near the compensation. Even with the addition, we're still going to be only at 1/3 of what our comparable folks make. So this is not someone to hide from or otherwise behind, as I've heard in some testimony. It is rather for us to get ourselves in alignment and ensure that we do have representatives at the commission meetings with the county, at the meetings, at the HOA meetings with our folks, on top of what we're already doing. I think there is great value in an individual, because we're going to come and go every 4 years, but an individual that can get to know those key department heads or key staffers that the person would assign to resolve and unsnag the problems, to address the questions, and to warm line them, most importantly, over to the county and the state when it is required. We only have so many hours in the day. Ms. Howell and Ms. Money have other responsibilities. They have increased because of COVID. We cannot deny that. And where I've been always kind of playing with the thought that we should be more uniform and modernized to what all other governing bodies basically are doing, that especially one our size. We're the 37th largest school district in the nation, and we have one of the smallest support staffs for our board. When this emergency hit with COVID, we were really put at a disadvantage. And although we muddled through, I don't think there's a constituent out there that felt that their needs were being fully met at that time. And those in my district, and I know Ms. Ellis and a couple others who used to work with me, know that this is not my typical response. I only have so many hours in the day to do it. And we've got some people with real needs that may not be getting addressed. And I think this support is appropriate. The salary is the going salary for this type of position, whether you are here in Calvert or wherever else. That was well researched, because that was what I committed to doing in November for this board, was to research it and propose it, because we agreed that we were falling short and are falling short. And I honestly do believe that this does make our staff more efficient when you have a well-informed and well-trained person. I didn't have to go to DPW every other day at the county, because why? Because I knew enough about it and got trained in it. We are trained differently. This person would be designed to understand where to go for the policies, understand where to go for that. And a lot of the programs and projects that we need to be focusing on will be better served with our senior staff working and focusing on those legal matters, as well as others. I understand we're in a rough year, but I will also just point out that our state General Assembly feels so moved by it that they are proposing House Bill 793, which would require every single LEA, if they don't already have one, to have an ombudsman. Constituent service officer position, rather, as it were, is the more modern name for it. And I think the state is probably still using that old ombudsman approach. There are some minor differences. So when I got with staff and stuff with HR and researching this, determined that the more modern name and title of it, like the county uses and some of our other neighbors do too, is probably the better choice in title. But it is in alignment with the bill, which would take effect in July, I believe, of this year. And I really think it needs to be someone who belongs to the board, that can work with Miss O'Malley, that can work with the others, that can work, with our staff and assistants. Our benefit of what we bring to the table as elected officials is contingent upon our ability to well meet the needs of our constituents. And then COVID isn't going anywhere, and our need to address more than what we normally do is there, along with our families and our friends. So I hope everyone would seriously consider support of this, because it will improve what we know can be improved, and with what apparently many of our state elected leaders are also feeling too. So I thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So just to help some people understand, because I think there's a lot that the public doesn't know or understand about the Board of Education and being a member of the Board of Education. And I'll start with the fact that if you compare us to other elected officials, first of all, I'm just going to put it out there. We make next to nothing. We work as many hours, I am certain, as many of our friends on the county council and even, at the state level. And so the community up to this point has not invested a lot of dollars into this body. But it absolutely, but we chose to run. We did, because it is a work of passion. And so it's becomes very frustrating as a board member when we can't support our community to the level that we feel that we should. So a couple things that people ought to know. Our quasi-judicial role that we have on the board. We hear we are, the final stop for people who are appealing decisions, whether it be out of area transfers where a student, there's a desire for a student to attend a different school, and there's certain conditions that allow for that. But a lot of times those come to appeal. Student discipline might come to appeal. Oh goodness, we hear lots of different types of cases, and for that reason, when a constituent comes to us and says, "I have this problem, I need help," we can't help them, because whatever their issue is might go to appeal, and we have to stay out of it so that we can fairly adjudicate whatever the appeal is. So for that reason, it feels very cold when someone comes to me and asks for my help, asks for my guidance, and I can't give it to them. Another thing is a lot of constituents come to us with operational issues, things that are under the purview of the superintendent, and we direct that person to the superintendent as we should, but we can't hold their hand through the system. We can't help them navigate the school system. This person can do that because it's out of our purview. I just want to make that clear. We can't overstep. But if there's someone there who can hold this person's hand and help them get the service they're seeking, That's what this person can do that we can't. So this position is for the community. This position is to serve the community. It is not a person to get between us and the community. We're still going to be doing the work that we're doing without a doubt. I know, again, we're all here passionately, every one of us. But there's a need. There's a great need to serve our community better. And it is not a large investment considering, what has been invested so far into this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
Just very, very briefly want to point out that our October 5th, 21 meeting, we set 4 priorities for this board, and those were to meet mental health or increase mental health staff, reduce class sizes by adding teachers, address shortages in all areas of AACPS, and the 4th priority was an ombudsman for this board. So one of the reasons that I will be supporting this, one of the reasons that I was so concerned about trying to find places in our budget to cut is because I understood that there would also be other places that I would support adding, and we have to prioritize those needs. We literally set ourselves a list of prioritization, and so that is where my priority will be.
Thank you. I'd just like to add, reiterate to one of the comments. I think this is a position that's intended to serve the community. And I think the continuity aspect of this is critical. We are an elected body. Some of us essentially do work full-time, but that cannot be expected given the structure of this. And so I think any perception that this is some addition for us misunderstands the purpose of this. And I will be in support of this because it supports what I said in my initial comments about the budget, which is there is nothing more important than education and the community's ability to access what they need to access and get their questions answered, and to have someone who is a professional at that is, I think, is critical. So I see your light still on, Ms. Corkadell. Did you want any last comments? Or?
No.
Okay.
No, we've all said.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasore?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth, number 10.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. I move to add $1,861,345 to complete the requirements for fulfilling House Bill 205, free menstrual products in public schools by June 30, 2023.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Amasore?
Okay, so I didn't see if anyone was racing to put their light on, but I wanted to have these statements put out before any comments. So I proposed this amendment to the budget, and as was already stated within public testimony, and I believe this is well aware to all members of the board, that adding free menstrual products to public schools is a requirement of House Bill 205. And so this entire amendment is simply, its entire purpose is to fulfill this requirement within the next school year. Now, the writing in the original legislation gives the school board until 2025. And the reason why I made this amendment to finish it in really within the next school year is because of many conversations, many statistics, and many experiences that I know I've had, and I would bet all the money that I have to my name that many of the women on this board have had when it comes to access to menstrual products, specifically in public schools. Now, I'm going to read off some statistics that I brought just to emphasize this point. 1 in 5 American girls miss school either by missing class time, by having to not come to school because of lack of access to period products. And we have free access to toilet paper. We have free access to paper towels to wipe our hands. And while that sounds obvious, I feel as though many of the women on this board or any individual who menstruates would agree that having a tampon or a pad or anything to help with a normal bodily function is not a luxury and should not be a luxury within Anne Arundel County schools. In fact, many of the times, even this week, when I needed a tampon or a pad, I didn't get one from school. I had to go to a teacher who bought them with their own money, who had them as accessible to students, because it was that frequent that students came into class needing something to help with their menstruation. Now, currently under our budget, and I believe I asked this to Mr. Sheknovich at one of our budget meetings, the money allotted would help, and please correct me if I'm wrong, would help to fulfill this amendment for high schools and partially middle schools. Am I correct on that?
So let me back up and then I'll fill you out. So the legislation as contemplated did have a 3-year plan. So in year 1 of the plan, the budget as proposed by the superintendent would comply with year 1 of the plan. It would require for a partial fulfillment of what is required at the high schools. So year 1 would comply with the law and partially round out the requirements of the high school. The second year of the law will complete all of the high schools and partially complete the requirements of the middle school. The third year of the law would complete the middle schools as well as the elementary schools. So that's the glide path for the 3. So the superintendent's recommendation basically followed the 3-year timeline that that House Bill 805 contemplated, and your amendment, to your point, would take the 3-year timeline that was afforded, right? It says you have to complete it by, right? To your point, you don't have to use all 3 years. So your amendment would have that 3-year implementation plan all brought forward so that the entire plan would occur in the first and only of those 3 years.
Thank you for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
for the clarification. And while now I'm not gonna, I don't have personal knowledge of anyone else's thoughts, but while it may seem appealing to follow the 3-year plan, that's 3 years that we allow many of our students who menstruate to go through the embarrassment of bleeding through their pants because they didn't have access to menstrual products. It leaves them vulnerable to not being having to miss class time to ask a friend to come to the bathroom to give them what they need because they menstruate and have a normal bodily function. It makes them susceptible, sorry, my mouth is dry, to going through all the same plights that, again, I would bet many of us in this room have had to suffer. And personally, I feel like in a learning environment such as Anne Arundel County Public Schools, we should not have been made to feel as though we were othered by the access to menstrual products that we had in our schools at the time. And while I won't be here to see if this were to be enacted the way that I've amended, it would be a relief to girls who are about to start menstruating, who are doing it right now as we speak, and who will continue to do so in the next school year and for many school years to go on. So with that being said, we've already read up my amendment. I will clearly be supporting this amendment because I think it's a step we need to take to show our menstruating students that we care about them, their experience in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and we're putting our money where our mouth is.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that a few years back during Governor Hogan's first term, he did a women's listening tour, and it was held at the community college. And I was one of the folks who attended on behalf of the county. And I can tell you that this was the #1 issue that our female student board members who attend, not just a student board member, but also female students in high school had brought to our attention. And the stories that they shared definitely had an impact. And I think that led to the bipartisan support of this particular bill that was passed from at the state. So I do support it and recognize the need for it. And this to me is in part an equity issue too, because although I think more of our middle schoolers is being a little strung out, I mean, there's machines that still are asking for a dime, and who even carries change? Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking of in particular. And, you know, who even carries coin? Definitely not our kids anymore, right? Unless it's Bitcoin sitting on their accounts. But I got to say that this is sort of like modernizing something that was obvious. But I will definitely be supporting it. And I just wanted to recognize that many years ago, this is not just something that materialized as a result of General Assembly. This is years in the making of hearing feedback, going on at least 5 years. So I just can't believe it took that long, quite honestly, for us to get here. But I'm glad we're here now, and greatly appreciate you proffering the amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Scholheim.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. For all the reasons already mentioned by my two colleagues, I will definitely be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
At the end of this vote, I would like to just make a comment, if you could come back to me.
Okay. I'm just going to add, I grew up in countries largely in West Africa where it was routine for my classmates, many of the girls I knew, to miss school 4 or 5 days a month. That was just a given. And we are, by most estimates, the wealthiest country in the world. We are certainly one of the wealthiest states in this country, and we are the third wealthiest county in this state. And the idea that there should be young women in our community who cannot attend class for lack of this is appalling. I would also add that when the food pantry was set up at Annapolis High, this was one of the things that was most requested, most needed throughout our student body. And so I will be very much in support of this, and thank you, Ms. Omasori, for bringing it. I see no more lights. Ms. Howell. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Ms. Frank.
No.
Oh, it was after the vote.
After the vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank
yeah.
you, though.
Ms. Howell.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Omasori?
Very happily, aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to let everyone who may be watching at this point still know that while I didn't support this motion, I do support getting products to young women. And I wanted to just announce it and let folks know that the Caring Cupboard has a Project Bloom. So while this particular item will not be funded until July, people can reach out to the Caring Cupboard and their Project Bloom. It's a nonprofit. And that is one of the services that they offer for free to anyone who may need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth, number 11.
Yes. I move to add $1,961,341 to ensure that every student in grades 9 through 12 is eligible for one cost-free advanced placement or international baccalaureate exam each academic year.
Oh, okay.
We need a second.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Omasori, then Ms. Corkadell, then Ms. Ellis.
Okay. So I'm back up again. So this amendment clearly was brought up by me. And the origins of this amendment come way before I was on this dais. And it comes from the experience of being a student of color in honors and AP classes. And although I go to Arundel, which is, and I believe Ms. Ellis would agree, a very diverse school in our county. I believe we're more than 30% African American, and definitely have a lot of students of color. I would notice that when I go to my classes, counting on my hands, I would see kids who look like me. So I asked my friends from all different socioeconomic backgrounds, why don't you take AP classes? I don't do IB. Sorry to all those IB kids out there. I don't take IB. But I would ask them, why do you not take AP classes? And many of them would say, why would I take a class if I'm not going to take the exam? I'd ask them, why aren't you going to take the exam? A privileged question for me to ask because I've never had to think about the cost because my parents always cover them. And they told me, Boomy, those tests are $95 a pop. The entire class is really laid out for you to take the exam in their eyes. And I can't get college credit. There's no point in me staying up for late nights, taking really, really hard tests to then take a class in which I cannot get college credit for because I cannot take the exam. And that was a theme I saw throughout freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, and it is still one that I see this year. And I would say, well, you can qualify for a waiver, but my family doesn't meet the income requirements to qualify for a waiver. Well, as was said in public testimony, you could take Avid. I didn't sign up for Avid. I don't have space for Avid in my schedule. I can't qualify for that. And so the question that comes to me is, do we have to force our students to bear the burden of not being able to realize and reap the benefits of the classes that they're taking? Again, I am in right now AP Psychology. Every single thing that we learn goes back to the exam. We're learning about memory for 2 weeks because it makes up majority of the exam. It all goes back to the exam. And if you're not taking that exam, you kind of feel like, why am I practicing FRQs? Why am I practicing long essays? Why am I practicing old practice tests of multiple choices if I can't afford to take the exam? And while this isn't a foolproof plan, it's not going to cover every single AP one wants to take, you at least give a student a bit of security to know I have one shot, regardless of how much my parents make, regardless of my own personal financial bearing, I have at least one shot given by my school system to earn college credit through the blood, sweat, and tears, and I'm not exaggerating, some of these classes, you see all three, from my labor throughout the school year. And so that is the reason why I made this amendment. It's $95 per AP exam, and it's even more for IB. And I want students to at least have a chance to know that if they take a rigorous course, they are doing so to reap a benefit at the end of it. And I'll turn off my mic because I've been pontificating for long enough.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Question. Are there other exams related to CTE that is at a cost, or is it just I mean, I know AP. I was unaware that IB has exams. Are there? I recall. I believe some STEM. There's the engineering that I can't remember if I paid a fee or not, to be honest. It was a few years back. And it may have changed since my daughter matriculated a couple of years ago. But are there other programs in addition to these two where our students are expected to pay an exam fee? Minus SATs. You know, that's already a different program.
Yes, and you just named two of them. So there are CTE exams for certification or licensure or accreditation that do require examination fees or testing fees, as well as in Project Lead the Way for some of the engineering pathways. There are some tests that require fees. They are not covered by this amendment, however.
Okay. Is the other ones roughly about the same cost, or do we have any estimate? I mean, I don't want to.
Yeah,
I'm not proposing a last minute.
I mean, it would
curious,
depend. It would depend on the certification.
Yeah.
Some are more and some are less.
Some are more and some are less. Okay.
Just depends.
Well, I'm just thinking that All right, thank you. Yeah,
Ms.
I'm
Ellis.
gonna have to think about this one.
Thank you. I absolutely do appreciate the intent, what Ms. Omasori hopes to accomplish with this amendment. I just don't think this is the right way to go about it. I'm a parent who's been paying for AP exams since 2014. Sometimes multiple exams in a year. I've had 2 high school students simultaneously for a number of years. So we are a family who would benefit from this amendment, without a doubt. And I can't in good conscience, knowing that there's a lot of families like mine that, sure, when I write that check for sometimes a few AP exams, it's a little begrudgingly that, that's going to be coming out of our checking account that week. But first of all, it is a very, very small investment for any family who does choose to do this, because of the college credit. We're comparing this to thousands of dollars for a 3 credit course. We're very fortunate that one of our students in our family went to college with a whole semester under her belt before she got there. So it's a small investment with a huge, potentially huge reward. So we do, just to make sure, it's because I'm not sure it's been stated tonight in this discussion, that we do have students of need who do have their exams covered partially through the College Board and then partially made up by the school system, by ACPS. I do appreciate that there are some students who might not meet that threshold, and then it might be more of a burden for them. I'd be interested maybe in reaching out to our partners in the community for some sort of, fundraising to add to that. But I can't across the board offer a free exam to every high school student when there are many of them that the need just does not exist in their family, and we're using precious resources to cover their costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, thank you. I will be supporting that. While some families might not need it, there are many, many, many others who do. And if we're about elevating all students, eliminating all gaps, removing barriers, increasing opportunities, I think this is a good way to do it, or to start to do it. As Ms. Amasori attested to, the demographics in her AP classes do not reflect the demographics of her school overall, and that's sad indeed. So yeah, perhaps if this were to pass and then subsequently be funded, perhaps in its implementation, one can figure out a mechanism to donate back the cost if they're a family that doesn't need to avail themselves of this opportunity. But I think this is good, so I'm going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis, your light is still on. Did you have another comment?
It is, and I didn't put it back on, but I remembered just a moment ago that there was one more point that I
sure.
forgot to make. And Ms. Quirkadell, thank you for bringing that up, because that was actually an aspect of it I hadn't thought about, and that is very problematic for me. I do believe that many of our students in our CAT programs who will be paying for these CTEs are many of the students who might have a need. So that, again, for the school system to be paying for a family like mine
for our students to take exams and then not have that available for those CTE exams is also a concern for me. Thank you.
Yes, I've struggled with this one, and I will say, I think that I would be more inclined to support some a change maybe next year in raising the threshold of those who are eligible for waivers and support, because there's a gap, something's missing. And we clearly need to do that, but for the same reasons articulated based on my own experience as well. Doing it across the board for the entire system is, I think, doesn't actually address the problem we're really trying to get at. But I think it's going to take a little more digging into, what are we actually seeing, right? What are the gaps we're seeing in terms of students taking AP or IB, and what would be, where are we losing those students in that gap, so that we could actually make it more accessible to the students who really need it to be more accessible than it is right now, and to expand that to all of the exams that have costs associated with them, so that nobody's in a position, whether it's, a welding exam or an AP exam, of having to make those choices based on family finances, over which students rarely have much control. That's where I've landed. I see, Ms. Omasori, is your light on again?
Yes, yeah, it is. So, and this is a question because I've talked to multiple people on the board about this tonight. And I guess the question that I would leave everyone with before we go into voting is if students should have to bear the burden of their family's inability or even unwillingness to invest. Should we willfully allow that to stop them from being able to earn the benefits of these exams? That would be the only question I have, especially coming from someone who my family had to pay for AP exams for 3 different kids. And I mean, begrudgingly, my dad signed the check, but he was, after all, able to sign it. But if I was in a different position, or if my family just said, nope, we don't want to waste the money on that, should I let that stop me from being able to take AP exams? It would, under how we currently run. So that would be my final question. Should we let that determine what students can do? Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more lights. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Omasori?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
3-5, motion fails.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth, number 12.
Thank you. I move to add 4.5 FTE teachers and $354,900 to enhance a teen parenting and education program in partnership with a nonprofit organization in Western Anne Arundel County.
Second.
Ms. Schallheim, your light is on.
Yes, I have lots of questions. This one scurried around our process, so I apologize for not being aware of the particulars of this, but I'd love to know the genesis of this amendment and what nonprofit organization, how did this come about, and please explain the need. That's to anyone who's willing to answer.
Sure, I'm glad to answer. We have a teen parenting and pregnancy program currently that serves students here in Annapolis. There are 4 teachers and an administrator that are with those students 5 days a week. Those students are not only given their academic work and taught academically, but they have access to counselors and counseling, childcare, and they are also, because after they do give birth and they choose not to return to school, they can stay in the program, and there's childcare for their child while they are in school. We have roughly in the Annapolis program 10, 11 young women in the program a year. We graduate roughly 8 or so a year where they earn their diploma from the program. The genesis of this amendment is to replicate that same program for students in the western part of the county. It would most likely land somewhere in Odenton. We have been talking to a nonprofit group that has the ability to, that's doing some of this work already. So their conversations have been going on for some time now. It'll be close to a year when we had that last conversation, I think, with a particular nonprofit that we believe would be a great, they'd help be a great catalyst for us to bring this program about in another part of the county.
And so would it serve the same number of students, do you think, as the Annapolis one would?
Yes.
About a year?
Yes.
And if you knew this was coming, why wasn't this part of your recommendations in December? Like what happened between December? I'm just curious. I'm not speaking to
Yeah,
the.
I'd rather, so it was, I'm going to choose not to answer that question.
Oh, okay. I'm just surprised to see it now if it's. been
I
something that's
completely
ongoing.
understand your question. I'm going to choose not to answer.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say, I know that expanding this has been a goal overall because, a teenager that makes a choice of life to support definitely needs that continued support. And the area that we're proposing to expand it to, I think there is a great need for it. And it will do well to partner with some of our pantries. And we're basically supporting those who need the most support. If anybody needs a leg up in life and making sure that they get their education, that's really important. We're here about educating, and meeting the needs of this group, I think, is well worth the investment because they have chosen to invest their life in taking responsibility for that new child. And that is our future student as well. So I look at it as we are supporting not just the teen parent who's our student, but also their child who will be working it through our system in short time. So thank you very much for that. And to whoever, I don't know who proposed it, but thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
Ms. Ellis, thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple things to say. I had the opportunity to see the Annapolis program in action and had the amazing honor of saying a few words at their graduation a couple of years ago. It was a very emotional experience for me. My best friend in high school was a teen mom. And, according to the CDC, only about 50% of teens receive a high school diploma by the age of 22. And that is, that demonstrates a great need. So I want to thank Bishop and Reverend Palmer for alerting me to the need out in this part of the county. And I want to thank Dr. Arlotto for working with me on this. And I'm asking my colleagues to please support this amendment. It provides a great need for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
I just have a question for Dr. Arlotto. If we do not have this program, is it likely or possible that the students that are teen parents would not be able to get their diploma?
That's a really hard question to answer because it's so student by student and family by family specific. It gives, I guess I would answer it in the alternative to say, by having the program, we enhance their chances greatly of staying in school, encouraging them to stay in school and get their diplomas. I don't know that they would necessarily drop out, but I do know that this program provides an opportunity, the catalyst for them to remain in school and get their diplomas.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. I will be in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dent.
So I am very familiar with the program, and I'm very familiar with the people that actually do the program, and they currently do it right now, and it's unfunded. So we've been working for probably at least the last 2 years trying to get this over in West County. So I appreciate both Dr. Arlotto and Ms. Ellis for pushing this initiative because we were looking at all sort of ways of trying to get this program funded. So currently here, and I know the statistics because we've been trying to get it funded. Currently, there's 125 young women, and it's not men, it's young women that are out of high school because of pregnancy. So it takes two to tango. I don't think that you should ever be punished as a result of something. And I feel like this is a punishment when we don't offer opportunities. It's not just about going back to school and get your diploma. It's about creating a process so that if you do become a teenage pregnancy, that you never have to stop school. You don't create that gap in stopping school. That's one side of it. The other side of it is the programs here in Annapolis and here in West County affords the young mother an opportunity to not only go to school, bond with their child, but have the safety net of not having to worry about childcare in the process of it. And then last but not least, what's incredible about what's been done here with Dr. Arlotto and AACPS is that it's certified educators, certified teachers that are put in these locations that are funded through Anne Arundel County Public School System. So this for me was always just another notch on just not only creating a program, but creating a program that's on equal basis with a high school education. So I'm fully funded. I'm so proud that we actually got it back on there. So I know it was a lot of churn, and I realize it's stressing you out that it didn't get in there, but it was a critical oversight. So I appreciate everyone, and I would appreciate your support. So of course, it's a yes for me.
Thank you. Ms. Emisari, is your light on again?
So I'm trying to figure out how to say this without being crude. So I obviously live in West County. I live in Miss Ellis's district. And one of the questions I have is because everyone has spoken about how there's a great need. There's a great need. And I was wondering if by any chance you had statistics about the need, because I'm not going to lie, I've seen girls that I went to middle school with and they've been pregnant. And I remember thinking, I thought that only happened on TV. But it doesn't only happen on TV. I was naive. So again, I only go to Arundel High School, and there very well may be a great need in Western Maryland. But I would like to know how that compares to, not Western Maryland, Western Anne Arundel County. West County. But I'd like to know how that compares to different areas of the county. I've already spoken to Miss Ellis about this. I'm in great support of it. Again, I have many classmates who, well, they're not my classmates anymore because they don't have access to something like this, or might not know that it exists when they become teen mothers or teen fathers. That happens too. So do you have any statistics as to kind of corroborate the need compared to other areas of the county?
No, we don't have any firm statistics on teen pregnancy. We have not been keeping that data. That doesn't mean we can't access it. May be kept by the county, Certainly, I know a number of our nonprofits are looking to collect some of that data as they are writing grants to support programs similar to this, but we don't have that data.
Okay, so then I guess my question would be, why is it particularly in West County if there may be other areas that are? Oh, sure.
So I'd love to answer that question for you. So glad that you asked that question, Ms. Hart. So it's particular in West County because, as you heard it, Dr. Arlotto stated earlier, is that there's a program currently already here in Annapolis, and it is a serious commute. I know for me, and I have a car. It is still a commute for me to come from West County to Annapolis. Putting that burden on a student to try to figure out a way to get here is probably one of the reasons on why there's so less of individuals that are participating or taking advantage of the programs. When you couple that with trying to figure out a way when there isn't limited transportation to get from even around in West County, trying to get to this location that's over here, that's even more problematic. That's one side. The other side of it is that the program is one that you would have to probably go and visit the locations that's providing it to really have a greater understanding and appreciation of what it's doing. It's not only just keeping the teen mother in school, but they also have an opportunity that if they choose to go to school, by being in the program, they can let their child stay at the daycare center. So it's a bridge, it's a hybrid program. So there's so many aspects to why this is a positive, but more so on why we need it over in West County. But I would be happy to coordinate a tour when the nonprofit come back from Africa for you.
All right. Yeah, that's good to know. And I'm pretty sure I asked Ms. Ellis this, but it's kind of escaping me what the answer was. That there's no, like how we have here, where like you're zoned to a school for women who would want to go to this type of program. It's not like, oh, well, you have to, or I guess the question I would have to ask is, you don't have to live in a certain area of the county to be able to use this particular program, would you?
We haven't gotten that far yet.
Oh, okay.
In terms of setting up what the attendance will be, how many students will be served, we haven't gotten that far in planning it out.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Schulheim, is your light on?
Yeah, it went back on. So I just want to be clear. My questions weren't meant to not be supportive of the need or this amendment. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear because the response I got was odd, at least from my perspective. And so I just want to make sure people know that. I'm just asking questions in a public setting, debating this publicly, as one would expect us to be doing. So that's why I had my questions in public during this meeting.
And I'm sorry you felt that the response was odd. I don't believe it to be odd. These are amendments put forward by your colleagues. So I don't feel that I should be answering for your colleague. So that's the reason I declined to answer your question. Your question was, why was this basically put in at the last minute? That's what you want to know. And I think you need to ask your colleague that, not the superintendent. I worked with your colleague on that, but I don't feel comfortable answering that question for them.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that this has been in the pipeline for a while. So I'll ask Ms. Ellis, why did this come about at the hour that it did? If this has been something that was clearly there was a need that we were trying to meet that's been talked about for more than a year, as I'm understanding it.
Right. So I did not have the specifics of the need, and Dr. Arlotto reminded me that if we wanted to get this in this budget, that that this is what he understood the need to be, and I thanked him greatly for reaching out to me, and that's how we got where we are now.
Okay. Yeah. It seems like if there is a need and we want to meet this need, and we knew about the need, and the budget cycle started in October or September, that it seems to me an easy thing to put in that none of us would would dare strip away. So I, again, just was curious about the genesis of it. And I felt that this was best done in public as our constituents in the county would expect us to have this conversation in public, which is why I didn't reach out prior to this meeting.
Okay,
But obviously, I'm going to support this.
thank you. Ms. Denton and Ms. Omasori, I still see your lights on, but I'm assuming those are, okay. All right. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Amasori?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. I do believe that brings us to the end of our amendment process.
We need to.
So
yeah.
we will need to go into close.
No, we need to move to
Oh.
approve the budget as amended.
But
No.
no, we need to wait for the
got it
number.
first. Yeah, got it.
That's the, so, okay, just so I'm clear. We need to go into closed session, Ruth, don't we? Yes. No, we have, no, we do have, we have, yes. Yeah. All right, into the clown car, everybody. Let's go. Now, Mr. Silkworth.
Okay, Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter.
Second? Do we have- Yes, you will work, and so do we have consensus to go into closed? Yes. Okay, thank you. We will. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So I believe we have some time to make a recommendation and get an update on what we're voting on.
Yes, ma'am. We have a new number based on the amendments passed by the board. We have a new final number for our operating budget. Mr. Sheknovich?
So again, for the record, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
So the net result of the 4 amendments that were passed added 6.5 FTEs, which brought the new revised FTE request up to 745.6 FTEs. The 4 amendments that were passed added $1,691,045 to the budget, making our year-over-year increase $197,561,187, which is now a 14.41% request. The budget then that is before you then is asking for an FY23 operating budget of $1,568,662,187. I'll repeat that again. $1,568,662,187.
Starting to add up. Okay. So, do we have a motion?
Yeah, move to approve the FY23 operating budget as amended.
Second.
Okay. I see no lights. Shall we vote?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Omasori?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
Thank you. Item 7.01, monthly financial status report.
We have no presentation. I'm going to take questions from the board.
I see no lights.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Do I hear any dissent on that? No, I think we are adjourned. Good night, everyone.
And